Sorry. All right, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
We are going to call the August 15th Board of Supervisors meeting to order. Ms. Carrillo, will you please lead us in the pledge? Okay. This morning I would like to take just a moment and recognize two individuals in our community that have passed away that had tremendous impacts. The first, of course, is Mr. Dunleavy, who was a giant in the school industry, particularly out at Sonora High School, and then in his retirement years did so much philanthropic work. And then the second individual was Mr. Barnwright, who was, again, so well known in the especially Jamestown community. And I don't think when Paul had the store, you went to an event where Barnwright's didn't have a major donation, was, again, very active in our community, and both gentlemen were so respected in their individual circles. And so I'd like to take just a moment of silence this morning. Thank you. All right. The first item on the agenda is oral communication. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. Can I please see a show of hands of how many folks would like to speak? Okay. So I'm going to ask that you please hold your comments. Normally it's 15 minutes. We may look for consensus to go slightly over, but I'm going to ask you to hold your comments to 2 minutes, please. And if you would come to the podium.
Hello and good morning. My name is Don Connett, spelled C-O-N-N-A-N-T. I'm a recently terminated employee with the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office, and I was assigned to the jail division. I was hired in May 2015 and terminated on June 30th of this year, not because of misconduct, but because this county has an unwritten policy that prohibits PERS retired employees from working more than 2 years after they retire. I've asked Sarah Carrillo, the county counsel, for a copy of this written policy, and yet she has declined to provide a copy. When I was hired in 2015, there was no mention of only working for 2 years. So imagine my surprise on June 30th of this year when I was terminated. Neither PERS, government codes, Senate bill statutes prohibits retirees from working more than 2 years. The only limitation is 960 hours of work in a fiscal year. In addition, PERS does recommend that retirees should not hold a position that would prohibit a full-time employee or person from getting promoted, which I was neither. Myself and other employees, retired employees, were paid out of the county's discretionary funds, and we were monitored by the Human Resources and the PERS. In fact, 50% of my pay came from state funding AB 109 because I was supervising the inmate work crew, of which I provided a great community service. I would work at the Rotary Club with the inmates, churches, the Motherlode Fairgrounds, and various county parks, but I can't do that no more. And now if you need those services, they have to be paid for.
So, Mr. Connett, I really...
Connett.
Thank you. I appreciate, but could you please wrap up your comments?
I conclude by asking you, if you want a 2-year limitation, that's fine, but put it in writing. And I ask that the board relook at this 2-year limitation. Are there any questions? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sylvia Watterson, and I'm here to talk about two issues. One is a project proposed that is across from the Willow Springs subdivision where I live, and it's the Alderman Logging Company project. I wrote well, first we received a negative declaration, and the same day that people in the neighborhood received it, they began operating their commercial chipper, which sounds like it's right inside of the houses of the people that are nearest to the highway, even though it's across the highway. And this is the same thing that happened last year. They had apparently applied for a permit 2 years previously, and last year began operating their chipper outside of the permit. It took 6 weeks after contacting the county to finally get them shut down. This time I did contact the code enforcer after writing a letter, and he had them shut down in a couple days. I did write a letter that I'd like to have a copy given to whatever her name is. She said
Shamar.
Shamar. She was going to take a copy of the letter that I wrote, and it just outlines how much noise there is, and this area was last zoned in 1984, and at that time it was primarily not filled up with residences, which it is now, and I believe that they should move it to another area. So that's just want to keep that, have you be aware of that, because apparently the contact person on the negative declaration, Adam, is no longer with the county, and they have not been able to find a copy of the letter that I sent. The other thing that I'd like to address quickly is the Tuolumne County Transit. I came here at a previous meeting about the transit, and up for discussion was discontinuation of Route 6, and during that meeting someone proposed that they raise the rates and keep Route 6, and now there's a rumor that they're going to cut Route 6 and increase the rates. My big thing at that meeting that I talked about was advertising, and that hasn't happened.
Thank you very much, and I would encourage you to also talk to Mr. Grossi at TCTC. Supervisors will carry the message.
Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Thomas Locker, and I'm a child support specialist with the Central Sierra Child Support Agency. August is Child Support Awareness Month, so I'd like to present today some of the information about our department, if you don't mind. Child support began in 1970 as a recoupment process to collect funds for people who were on public assistance. The program was maintained by the district attorney's office until the late 1990s. It then transitioned into the child support departments we see today, under each of the counties and under the umbrella of the State Department of Child Support Services. Central Sierra Child Support is an exception. We are one of the 7 regional programs in California and the only one under the Joint Powers Authority, or JPA. We were created in 2003 and include 4 counties: Alpine, Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. 75% of the families now receiving child support are not on public assistance. This makes This makes the services provided to families critical for the financial well-being of those families, as well as those parents who aren't in the home. Board members of the JPA are members of the local Board of Supervisors from each of the 4 counties. The current members for Tuolumne County are Randy Handbelt and John Gray. Central Sierra Child Support currently has a caseload of 5,443 cases and serves 3,217 children and their families. Tuolumne County program currently has a caseload of 2,596 and serves 1,437 children and their families. Child support distributed by the agency for 2015-2016 fiscal year was $11,120,324, of which $5,354,148 was collected for the children in Tuolumne County. Our program has been very successful in serving the families in our member counties. We received recognition both statewide and regionally, having performed among the top 10 programs in California for the past 11 years. 5th, we were rated last year. And we also received the Outstanding Child Support Program in the 2014 from the Western Interstate Child Support Enforcement Council. Central Sierra Child Support Agency offers many services for the families. I brought flyers, which I'll pass out at the end of this presentation. The services include a
This is very valuable information, and I really do appreciate it, but I do have to follow the timepiece that was put forward. But I really appreciate you sharing that information, and maybe we can find a time where we can schedule in the future so you can come back and give us the full report.
Sure. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to present today.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Leon Costas, CEO for Sierra Senior Providers, which oversees the programs and services of the Senior Center. This morning, I just want to give you a brief update on our Senior Center Meals program. As you're aware, in a couple of weeks, SSPI will be hosting its 11th annual Meals on Wheels fundraiser on Saturday, August 26th, which normally generates a net of $95,000 for Meals on Wheels. However, due to the non-availability of the Community Development Block Grant funds to Tuolumne County this new fiscal year, which has been an additional source of funding for Meals on Wheels in the amount of $100,000 for the last couple of years, we are facing a shortfall of $100,000. SSPI Board of Directors have been working hard in finding ways to fill the gap and looking at cost-saving measures. Since our meals program is partially funded by Area 12 Agency on Aging, I've been working closely with the agency regarding any changes to the meal program and walking through the review and approval process. In addressing the shortfall, effective today, August 15th, SSPI will be implementing the following program changes. Meals on Wheels will be delivering hot meals 4 days per week instead of 5 days. In addition, Meals on Wheels clients will also receive one frozen meal. No deliveries will be made on Tuesdays. The congregate meal at the Senior Center will be serving hot meals 4 days per week instead of 5. The congregate program will be closed on Tuesdays. However, the Senior Center will remain open for activities and social interaction. We will be closing the Tuesday meal site in Tuolumne City. The Groveland congregate program will be reduced from 2 days per week to 1 day per week. SSPI will furlough staff hours by 5 hours per week as of August 1st. And there will also be reductions in our service for transportation program. SSPI hopes that with continued efforts to fundraise and look for other grants opportunities, we will be able to restore the 5-day-a-week program and other related budget reductions. We would like to recognize your board for your generous and past support in making the CDBG funds available to Meals on Wheels. We're very grateful and thank you very much. We wish to thank Area 12 Agency on Aging staff for all their assistance, and we hope that the CDBG program will be renewed and available in 2018 at the federal and state level. Thank you.
So, Leon, again, thank you for all of the effort that you do. I know you put forward a tremendous fundraising effort. Could you please share a contact number in case individuals want to call and either get more information on your fundraiser at the end of August?
Yeah, the contact number at the Senior Center is 533-2622. 533-2622.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Barry Wilson. I breed thoroughbred racehorses. We've been living for just about 40 years off of Chicken Ranch Road in that really neat family subdivision. Over 20 years ago, the casino went in at the top of Chicken Ranch Road. And the traffic has not only increased, but and I'm really glad that the Highway Patrol is here to listen. The traffic has gotten not only increased to where it's Fridays and Sundays, it takes 10 minutes to get off Chicken Ranch to head back to Sonora to take care of our families and what have you. It's become very dangerous. These people fly coming from Sonora off the highway at 50 miles an hour. We're sitting there trying to turn, wondering if we're going to get hit. Now, when they fly off, and there's immediately as you come off of Chicken Ranch Road, Margaret Drive, as soon as you straighten out, Margaret Drive is on the right. People are trying to turn left to get on Chicken Ranch, to get on the highway, and it's dangerous. There's near misses all the time. Chicken Ranch has been there, bingo, has been there, the casino, for over 20 years. They do have the property down to the highway. I would urge you very strongly, it's time that they put in a turning lane coming from the valley large enough for double buses, and they back up to turn onto Chicken Ranch Road. And I mean, they have to sweep wide, and there's no room in that tiny little lane. It's for 2 cars. It's not adequate for a bus, especially not 2 buses, which they come up 2 at a time to go up there. It's time that you guys talk to Chicken Ranch. They should have enough money, and they own the property down. They built their lower parking lot, and they have the property down to the highway, lower than Chicken Ranch. So please, I would urge you very strongly, because I'll be back. It's time. Somebody's going to get hit off of Margaret, and this is called stream of distribution. You guys would be put into the lawsuits.
Just a point of information. The casino is, the tribe is working with Caltrans right now on an intersection project down there.
Thank you. I can see by the clock that we're going to go over. Do I have consensus from the board? Yes. All right. Thank you.
I'll make it quick. Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Ethan Bilgemeyer, Tuolumne County Office of Emergency Services. I'd just like to take this opportunity to quickly introduce a employee, Nikita Wilson, who is working with us through the Mother Lode Job Training. Nikita is working with us in the Tree Mortality and Drought Program. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Nikita to all of you.
Thank you, and welcome. We're glad you're on board.
Glad you're here. Duke York, Deputy Director in charge of Roads and Engineering Division for CRA. I just want to make a very brief announcement that on the 22nd of August, that's a Tuesday, the schools will be opening. So that's all of the elementary schools and the high schools in our area. And I'm cautioning the drivers out there to be aware of these areas, to slow down in the school zones, because you're going to see a lot more kids on the streets. So just a caution to the drivers out there to beware. We will be doing some additional signing in the area of the schools as in anticipation of the openings. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Joseph DiFilippo, D-I-F-I-L-I-P-P-O. I reside at 22487 North Tuolumne Road. I have 3 issues, and I'm going to try and get under your time frame. Number 1, they all pertain to Tuolumne Road. Number 1, whoever did a speed survey on there and upped it to 35 in a residential area that's 25 ought to have their head examined. I don't care if it's 4 houses shy, which what CHP told me, of a residential area. It doesn't change the fact there's kids at play. I've almost gotten hit. There's no sidewalk up that road. Evan, that's your district. Take a ride up there and look. Number 2 on Tuolumne Road, not as important, in front of 22487, the asphalt's breaking up. Please pave it before the winter hits. Number 3, the most important thing, there's a culvert up there in front of 22536. It clogged last year. I asked the county for a written explanation on what happened. The legal department won't let us give it to you. Now, I'm a father. I'm 60 years old. I've always admitted when I've done something wrong, or if there is something wrong, or what happened. I never got anything in writing, just a proclamation. I've got pictures here, which I'm going to give to Craig, and you pass it around, and you could keep it, and you could see there's debris ready to go in there again, and I am not going to have my place flood again this year. It flooded last year, luckily minimal. It took care of my neighbors. They got nailed above and below me. I want something done. If I need to agendatize this, then somebody please inform me before I leave. Thank you.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. Have a good news item for you today. This Thursday at noon, the county's website will go live with a makeover. So just want to let you know that's going to occur. This new website is user-friendly for your handheld devices, for iPhones, iPads, and all kinds of other smartphones. So I just wanted to say thank you to the county web team that's helped rejuvenate the website and make it more modern. Just want to make you aware of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. Staff would like your board to bring an emergency item before you for consideration today. It is in regards to a revision to change order number 7, which your board approved in your last board meeting on August 1st. It's in regards to the juvenile facility.
All right.
Sorry.
So we will bring that item as item. A motion from Supervisor Rhoda for a second from Supervisor Gray. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries, so we will bring that item as item 8A. Thank you.
Hi, Don Taylor. I live up in Pine Mountain. Mr. Gray takes care of me most of the time. I'm right across from his lot. My concern is what was brought up by Sheriff Mealy last meeting, and that was the reverse 911. I have a friend that is way north of here. She was with me at the time. She got the call. I did not get the call. I met a sheriff sergeant who did not get the reverse 911 call. I think we need to look at this a little more than just saying that the sheriff said that he would do it. If you're, just call your. Do we have to register in advance to get on this? Do I have to call someone and say, put my number down? And with that, I'll get out of here.
I appreciate that, and I would invite you to talk to Ms. Riggs, who, in the back, in the
lady with the blue.
the beautiful blue. Thank you.
Good morning. Clearly, 2 minutes doesn't really work very well, but I will try to speak very fast. So I wish to applaud our county sheriff and his team because I've been very impressed with what I've seen them assisting the business community of Jamestown. And the last time I was in Jamestown, I was very impressed with how clean it looks like now. And so I hope the city of Sonora can follow their example. And then I don't know if Sheriff Mealy's here, but Sharon Mealy wrote a really wonderful op-ed piece today about Meals on Wheels in the Union Democrat, which I thought was very well done. And then I would like to publicly call on the TCTC to review a decision they made last week, as well as Trado Corporation and the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau over the request that was granted to provide public transit to Trado Corporation for their unruly festival and schlepping around to the hotels and picking up their 4,000 to 6,000 guests. And I consider this a gift of public funds or a theft of public funds. And our California Constitution in Article 16, Section 6 specifically prohibits gifts of public funds. And that's what I consider this to be. So I'll just leave it at that, and much more conversation has taken place behind the scenes. But I thought, well, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Right. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on under public comment? Seeing none, will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held August 1st, 2017, finding that a summary of ordinance number 33-817 was published. Approving an amendment to the 457 Deferred Compensation Plan Agreement to allow for employees' loans. Approving the new class specification for library director, assignment to the Management Association bargaining unit, and setting the salary range at $474. Approving the revised class specification for Deputy Probation Officer 1-2. Approving the update Equal Employment Opportunity Plan. Adopting a resolution continuing the local state of emergency as required by the California Emergency Service Act, Article 148630C, due to pervasive tree mortality. And as the Air Pollution Control District, setting a public hearing to review and receive comments on Air Pollution Control District Air Pollution Control District fiscal year 2017-18 budget for September 19th, 2017 at 10:45 a.m.
Would any member like an item pulled? Okay. Is there any public comment? Seeing none, I'll bring it back.
I'll move on consent calendar.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 8A?
This is consideration of approving revisions to change order number 7 to the contract with F&H Construction for the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility.
Good morning, Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. As I just mentioned to your board, on August 1st, you approved change order number 7 for the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Center. This change order was required work for mechanical revisions to the data security room. Right now, currently, the room does not meet the cooling demands with the equipment inside. So the work is in desperate need to be done. The project was scheduled to take 4 weeks, and the cost of the project was $124,102.52. Supplies for this project have been ordered and are staged on site. F&H Construction and subcontractors are scheduled and ready to go. We were ready as of yesterday when an issue came up regarding the insurance coverage. If you remember, during the construction of the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Center, the county entered into or agreed to an OSIP program, which is Owner-Controlled Insurance Program. But because the facility is now complete, the coverage underneath that program has ceased, and so we weren't able to get this project covered under that program. So F&H Construction had to go out and get their own insurance. The cost needed for the insurance coverage provided by the contractor is $5,416.12. So that would mean that the change order number 7 being revised would have a total cost now of $129,518.28. If your board approves this change order, work on this project will commence either tomorrow or Thursday at the latest. The cost the additional cost for this will be included in the final budget. I'm here to answer any questions.
Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? Okay, I'll bring the item back.
Madam Chair, I move we approve the change order number 7.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Will the clerk please read item 9?
Consideration of adopting a resolution approving the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility sublease.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning again. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. Before you for consideration is a facility sublease and a resolution regarding the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Detention Facility. As you know, this facility was funded through SB 81 funds. The county received $16 million from the state towards the constructions of this facility. Now that the juvenile facility is open and operating, the state is preparing for a bond sale for this facility and for jails. There's 4 counties that are included in this bond sale. So as the state prepares to get ready for this bond sale, county staff has been working with representatives from the various state agencies. We've been providing them required information both on the facility and its operation and on the county itself and where we stand with all of the funding requirements. Before you today for your approval is attached is a sublease and accompanying resolution. The facility sublease outlines the terms and conditions under which the county will sublease the juvenile facility to the State Public Works Board. Once all the bonds and all the indemnity incurred by the State Public Works Board is paid in full, the ground lease, the site lease, and the facility lease for this facility will be terminated, and the juvenile facility will become the county's. The state plans to execute a 15-year bond for this project and for the others I mentioned in here. The sublease has been reviewed and approved as to form by County Council. It is recommended that your board approve the facility sublease and the accompanying resolution related to the Motherlode Regional Juvenile Facility. And staff is asking that your board also authorize the chairman of the board to sign the sublease and any related documents to it.
Supervisor Gray.
It's just for clarification, there's no money changing hands on this lease. We're not giving the state money. They gave us money just for
That's
public
correct.
benefit.
There's no rent associated with this sublease.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions, comments? Is there any public comment? I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
A motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Will the clerk please read item 10?
Consideration of approving various project delivery and construction agreements with the state of California for the new county jail project.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning again. So before you today for consideration is something very exciting. County staff, both the Sheriff's Office and the County Administrator's Office has been working diligently in getting the new jail project ready to go out to bid. This is the next step in the process. So, as your board is aware, Tuolumne County was awarded $33 million for the construction of the new Tuolumne County Jail. Since these awards, we have been very active in hiring an architect, getting plans and specifications done. We've done a tremendous amount of work in regards to the geotech studies on the site, and we've hired Moss Construction as our construction management firm. The final reviews of the facility from the various agencies is almost complete. One of the remaining items is this item before you today, before we can go out to bid. So as a reminder, on July 5th, 2017, your board approved as to form the following related documents: a ground lease, a right of entry for construction and operations, and then the facility sublease. Sounds familiar? It's just what you did what we executed for the juvenile facility. So here we are again at the beginning of the process for the jail. At this time, documents have been filled with blanks. Okay, so once the documents were complete, staff promised to bring them back to your board for final approval. So that's where we are today. The blanks have all been filled in, and we're ready to go in seeking your approval. The agreements are basically the same as I just mentioned as we signed for the Mother Lode Regional Juvenile Center. These agreements spell out the conditions and requirements the state of California and the county agrees in regards to building the new county jail. County Council has reviewed these documents and they have been approved to form. So staff's before you today asking for your approval of these various project delivery and construction agreements with the state of California for the construction of the new Tuolumne County Jail.
This is a momentous moment, I believe. Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? All right, bring it back.
Yeah, first of all, qualified and cautious congratulations. Mm-hmm. We still got a long way to go, but it is a big moment. In a very important project for this county. So I would be remiss if I didn't thank the staff for all the very, very hard work that they did. And also thank our cooperating, I'm not sure they were always partners, but state agencies and folks that in some cases, took a little bit of extra effort on our behalf to get it done in time to help save us some money. So appreciate that. And with that, I'll move on staff recommendation.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I would echo Supervisor Rotifer's comments.
Thank you.
Will the clerk please read item 11?
Presentation and status report on the Community Resiliency Centers and consideration of approving the National Disaster Resilient Competition Project Team Structure.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning. Oh, again, another exciting project for this community. On May 2nd, 2017, the county entered an agreement with the state of California Housing and Community Development regarding our National Disaster Resiliency Competition, and we typically refer to that as NDRC. The execution of that agreement allows staff to officially start working on this project. Since that time, staff has been trying to set up an organizational structure, and we've had one RFQ go out for architectural services and an RFP go out for consulting services. As a reminder, this project is extra special. Tuolumne County was selected from the state of California out of 6 other counties that they could have chosen for this grant. So, again, it's extremely special. As a reminder, this is a community project. It's not just a county government project. And with that comes large responsibilities as well as a commitment to do this right and to really make it something that our community can be extremely proud of. A well-defined organizational structure was needed in order to carry out this large responsibility. So with that, staff came up with a proposed organizational structure that, with the following goals in mind. We wanted to create a structure that is both streamlined and inclusive at the same time. We wanted to ensure that all segments of our community had a voice in the process. We wanted to make sure that the project was on time and within budget. That's very important to us. The resulting proposed structure calls for several teams and committees to be formed. Each one will have a unique role in developing the programs and the services that will be provided in the Community Resiliency Center. So first of all, what we created was an advisory committee. And the advisory committee's role is to provide high-level oversight and guidance for this project to the project lead, which is me. It is recommended that the following people serve on this committee. Besides myself, it would be Liz Peterson, who is an administrative analyst from the County Administrator's Office, Larry Cope, who is the Economic Development Executive Director, Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority Executive Director, David Gonzava, who is the CRA Director, and to be named sometime in September, it will be our NDRC, CDBG, DR consultant that we have an RFP out right now for. So that would be your advisory committee. The next committee that we would set up would be a community stakeholder advisory committee. Members of this committee were the intent of who we put on this committee were people that either served geographic areas being considered for the Resiliency Center, or 2, the agencies provided or assisted in the provision of services throughout the county. It would be the responsibility of this group to ensure that services and programs wanted by the community were communicated both to the architect and to the advisory committee. Staff is recommending that representatives from the following serve on this committee: a representative from the Groveland area, a representative from the Tuolumne area, someone from the superintendent of schools, someone from ACCA, Area 12 on Aging, Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce, and Sonora Area Foundation. And staff is looking to your board for direction on whom they would like in regards to the Groveland and the Tuolumne area representatives. The next committee that we want to form is the Operational Stakeholder Advisory Committee. This committee would consist of representatives from various agencies that might be providing services and programs to the community resiliency centers. In your board memo, I know time's short, so I won't list all of them, but there's a list of agencies and nonprofits there that do tremendous work in this community. And that by any means, what's listed in your memo is not all-inclusive. There are so many more, and that's what we're looking forward to, is seeing who's out there and see who wants to partner and see who wants to bring in services to the various communities. Input from this Operational Stakeholder Advisory Committee would then be taken up to the Community Stakeholder Advisory Committee and also communicated to the architect and to the advisory committee. The most important group of all, as we mentioned before, is the community at large. Tuolumne County and your board has committed to our citizens that we will provide a robust outreach to them and solicit their input in regards to what they would like to see in these community resiliency centers and how it should be utilized. We will be working with the architectural firm in setting up an outreach program and having meetings out in the community, and we will be doing those community meetings both in Groveland, Tuolumne, and here in Sonora. So what's next? The next steps after we have all of this community structure set up, what I'll do is briefly go over some of the big items in coming up for us in phase 1 of this project. In August, we're looking at potentially hiring an architectural firm to come in and assist us, and that's next on your agenda. We'll be contacting potential stakeholders and soliciting their participation in the project. We'll solidify the media outreach, and we'll be reviewing consulting services proposals that are due back. In September will be the start of the community outreach, and we'll be digging in and setting up meetings with the community and the various committees. We'll continue that work in the month of October and as far as outreach, and we'll start solidifying what we want as far as the programming document. We'll also be at that time sending out an RFP for environmental services to assist us with the environmental documents that will be needed for this project. In November, the architects will come up with a draft programming document, which will then be circulated through the community and feedback given to us and changes made accordingly to what we're hearing from the community. We'll also get back the RFPs for the environmental services firms and select a firm to be working with us. At that time in November, we will also be looking at partnership agreements with some of the operational stakeholders. In December, that draft programming document will be a final draft will be done. We will look at property search findings and bring that all back to your board for your review and approval. At that time, we will also start working on the CEQA NEPA work that's necessary and required for this grant. And then the month of January 2018 through December 2019, January 2018 through December 2018, we will do the environmental work for this. At that time, we will be done with phase 1 work. And as you know, in the agreement that we signed with the state of California, at that point in time, the county has the right to say to the state, look, this is not working out for us, if it's a go, no-go point in time. So for some reason, say there's insufficient funding to build the centers, or if there's not enough funding to operate them, or for, say, there's insufficient time to complete the project within the required timelines. At that time, Tuolumne County has the right to say, look, we can't just proceed with it. But staff is encouraged and staff is positive that we will make this a go. I can't tell you how many calls I've gotten in the last 2 weeks of people excited to start talking to us about this project. And we'll go from there. So with that, staff is recommending that your board approve the Tuolumne County team structure for the NDRC project, and that I ask that you give staff direction on community stakeholders, advisory committee representatives for both the Groveland and Tuolumne area.
Mr. Pedro.
If I can just add one word. First, thanks to Mo. She's done a great job shepherding us to this point. Back on some of these points that particularly the time frames. Mo has been, I'll just say on her behalf, been battling behind the scenes and trying to get cooperation, from our state and federal partners. And they are partners, but it's a tough go. They're not used to this. They've not done one of these before, and it's just taking a lot of time. And this is an unforgiving time frame. And I just want to, we've talked about this. I just want to sensitize your board. Been trying to support Mo as much as possible. If we do find along the lines where we're just having roadblocks put in front of us, I know your board has not been shy about let us know when we need your help, and I'm just saying we'll let you know if we need your help. Mm-hmm. But that is probably as a big a concern to me as anything, that we can have the best project in the whole wide world, but if we don't if we have so many things we have to go through that aren't necessary, that slow us down, we may not be able to get to the finish line in time. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Supervisor Royce?
Yeah, I appreciate your guys' attention to the timeline and the deadline and so forth. And I just want to stress how important it is to make sure that you get it done. No excuses. Whatever the obstacles are, we need to find solutions and be smart enough to see them now, not when it's last minute and we can't figure it out. And you know our board will support you and do what we need to do, whether it's resources or time or our effort or involvement. As far as the committees go, just a cautionary word. Anytime you put a committee together, it slows things down, in my opinion. I think that it's important to get input from the community, but if we get a bunch of input from the community and we don't get the job done, that's a big, fat waste of time. So the priority here is get it done. Absolutely. Number one, do not miss the deadlines.
Right. So I am going to take a moment and just say that I have tremendous faith in our county staff to actually heed those sentiments. I believe they will do everything within their power to do that. Again, I'm going to reiterate what Mr. Pedro said, because I believe that the time issues that we've had so far going forward have actually come from the federal government and then interpretation from the state government. And so I want to emphasize how important that it will be for this board to be very proactive where we can and understand how we can assist in that effort. So with that, Supervisor Gray.
I agree with the comments, and I do have the faith in county staff to get this job done, and I want to make sure that the staff understands that we are here to help, and if we have issues with committees or people, we need to know about it. I think we've promised to have the committee input, the people's input on these projects, so it's important that as supervisors we select the right people to
help.
To be helpful, not be obstructionists on this. So, and this is it's a tough. I've been thinking about this for a long time. So, I do have some people in mind, and I know that there's going to be some unhappy people when we pick the individuals that are.
Oh well.
But that's the way it is. So, but thank you for your work so far. I know, we've had side conversations. I know how difficult it's been, so thank you.
Supervisor Hanfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I share all these concerns. This is an ill-defined project at best for me. I don't think we know exactly what it is, and that is the uncertainty that bothers me. It's also a community project, and I have this sense it's a community center of some kind. And with that, we have two competing programs going on in the county right now, at least two competing programs. One is the Park Foundation, which is mostly sports-oriented, and we have the other one, which is the Motherlode Community Center, which is stalled. I think we would be remiss if we didn't at least solicit their input. Not that they have to be on the committee, but we have to solicit their input. Absolutely. I'm afraid I'll be frank, I'm afraid if we put them on the committee, they'll try and drive their solution. But we do need their input. And I think to the concerns of my colleagues here, we just need to have set deadlines and make decisions. And when you get to the point you got to make a decision, you got to make a decision. We do have to get across the finish line, or this whole thing goes belly up, and we lose the opportunity. So I'm encouraged by this. I support your activities, and I have full confidence in that. But again, they all said, I think Mr. Rotifer says, call us when you need a door kicked down. I'm ready to kick doors down if you need some help.
Great. I appreciate your support.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, very quickly. I'll echo all the comments. But I just want to put out a word of, I hope it's wisdom. I don't know if it is or not. Other people can judge. But there are times when it's really worth taking a little bit extra time to get a 100% solution. And then there are times that sometimes you got to go with a 95 or a 96% solution. If we're up against timelines, that's when we got to go with a 95 or 96% solution. I would just encourage staff to remember that sometimes you just can't get to a 100% solution. It's time to move on. So good luck with it. This is something that's very, very important, and I'll just echo the comments of some other of my colleagues. I believe it's in good hands. Thank you.
So, in the interest of efficiency, we did have one very specific request on
Yes,
this,
you did.
and
Mhm.
that was to give direction on how we would select the representatives from the Groveland and Tuolumne areas.
I would lean on my colleagues that are the supervisors of those areas to recommend someone to the staff for that.
And I concur with that. And so, do we need that in the form of a motion or just unanimous agreement? Consent?
Consensus is fine. Just want to make sure that, will that come back to the board, or will just be the recommendations made to staff for the individual?
So the individual supervisors representing those districts will make the appointment of the individual.
Agreed.
Yes. So,
Public comment to go.
right. So with that understanding, I would ask if there's any public comment. All right, seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I would move that we approve the NDRC Resiliency Center project team structure and provide staff on with the direction that the supervisors in the districts that Groveland and Tuolumne would pick the representatives from those areas.
Second.
And my only other question would be, do we need a time frame on that? When would you like that named by?
By the end of the week would be appreciated, so I can start working.
All right.
On it.
I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
Thanks
very much, Mo. All right. Will the clerk please read item 12?
Consideration of awarding an agreement to Lionakis Architecture for National Disaster Resilient Competition Architectural Service Phase 1 related to the Community Resiliency Centers.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning. So, not letting any grass grow under my feet, here's your first item for NDRC. As you know, the county is responsible for one of the pillars under NDRC, and that pillar has to deal with the Community Resiliency Center. To assist in Denver, the county released an RFQ for architectural services. This architectural firm will directly work with the community in the development of a program document, and then in the second phase, plans and specs for the center itself. The desire by the county was to hire an architectural firm that would, one, provide an innovative approach to the design of a community resiliency center, two, have experience designing community center type buildings, and three, utilize best practices in green technology. We really want this to be an example for all communities and states across the United States. So with that, an RFQ was released to over 40 architectural firms, building exchanges, and was advertised in the newspaper. Upon close of the RFQ, the county received 12 architectural proposals. These proposals were then reviewed by the review committee, and I can't thank these people enough. It's Larry Cope, Terry Cox, David Gonzava, and Liz Peterson. They were instrumental in really helping me through this process. And as you can recognize, most of these people are the people that I've selected and you guys just approved in regards to the advisory team. At that time, after our review of the 12 proposals, we were able to narrow it down to the top 4 firms, and those firms were invited in for an interview. After the interview, the whole team unanimously selected Lionakis as the top candidate for this project. The required architectural services, as I mentioned, are broken up into 2 phases. So before you today for your consideration is a contract and agreement for the first phase of this project, and those tasks include work with county staff on the facilitation of community meetings, develop a program document that includes details listing of the facility programs, the space allocation, and most importantly, the cost estimate. The Lion Office will also work with county staff on the development of property search criteria. They'll provide analysis of each of the proposed CRCs and make a recommendation as to the preferred sites, and provide assistance during the environmental review stage of the project as needed. These tasks will take approximately 16 months to complete at a cost of $241,040. Funding for this work is already contained in the fiscal year 17-18 proposed budget within the NDRC cost center. This agreement before you covers, as I said, the first phase of work. At the conclusion of the first phase of work and we're ready to proceed with the second phase, the following tasks will be asked of Lionakis. We will be asking them to develop a schematic design and, again, a cost estimate. Then we will proceed to the development of full set of plans and specifications, and again, an updated cost estimate at that point in time. They will assist both in the bidding and the construction phases of the project by answering any questions we have of the contractor and provide clarification of the plans. The cost for the second phase has not been determined yet. It's, as Supervisor Hanvelt said, this project hasn't been defined, and we don't know if there's going to be one center or 2 centers, and we don't know where the center or centers are going to be located. So county staff will be then, if we proceed to phase 2, we'll be coming back before your board with a second contract with Lionakis to complete the second phase of activities work that will be done. Staff is here just to answer any questions you may have. Lionakis is prepared and ready to go as soon as the contract is signed.
Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? Right, I'll bring it back to the board.
Move on staff recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Hanfeld, a second from Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
March on. Thank you. All right, will the clerk please read item 13?
Consideration of authorizing the county fleet services to continue maintenance of all county vehicles with the exception of the county fire department and sheriff's office.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. As I embarked on this project starting last December, I learned one thing, and that was about the principle of trust in regards to fleet. I looked this up. It's reliance on the integrity, strength, ability, the surety of something you have great confidence in them. And as I visited with all the departments, I talked to them about what do they consider most important factor in fleet maintenance, and it came down to trust in their mechanic. Do they know it's going to be done right the first time at a fair price? And so with that, we embarked on this process to solicit. We went for an RFP, got proposals from various vendors on maintaining all or portions of the county's fleet. I want to thank my RFP team for their wisdom and time. We had members from the Sheriff's Office, Probation, Auditor, Controller, Human Services Agency, and myself. After discussing and analyzing the results, we also looked at some legal ramifications. We're coming to you with a final recommendation today, and this has been run through the County Finance Committee, as well as you've discussed this in closed session under some bargaining issues. So today's recommendation is to continue to provide automotive maintenance services by county fleet to all county departments with the exception of the Sheriff's Office and County Fire. Maintenance of county fire vehicles would be transferred to CAL FIRE baseline, and they would hire a new heavy vehicle mechanic who would be assisted by inmates. We would also transfer one of the 2 county service trucks to CAL FIRE, and a follow-up amendment would come to you later at a later date to amend CAL FIRE's contract with the county. As far as the Sheriff's Department vehicles, we would now get together with the Sheriff's Office to develop an RFP to send out to the private vehicle maintenance providers, and we would come back to you with a selection of a vendor to operate, to work on their vehicles. It could be one or multiple depending on who decides to put in for what service. So that, we have a recommendation before you today, and I'm here to answer questions. I know that Mike Young from Fleet Services, who's our lead mechanic out there, supervisor, is also here.
Thank you. I'll start with Supervisor Gray. Did you have something?
Sure, I do. In looking at the breakdown of services, we show that we're going not to include the sheriff's department in this, and there's, I know, a lot of reasoning behind that. Could you just kind of give me a little more input on why we're not including those into the fleet service versus going to the outside vendor?
Well, once again, it's not an easy. I want the sheriff to weigh in on this one, obviously. So be ready, Sheriff. But they aren't comfortable with Fleet being able to take them on immediately at this point. We're going to go through a transition stage, and we'll see how the service ends up. We did have 6 mechanics. We're down to 4 at this point. So we're going to see what the appropriate number of mechanics is to make sure we have a good turnaround time at a fair price. And once we get that settled with the movement of fire over down to baseline, then we could possibly consider in the future moving the sheriff's department in.
All right. Thank you.
Did you want to add anything to that? Thank you.
Good morning, Bill Pooley, Under Sheriff. Sheriff Mealy apologized he couldn't be here, but asked me to get up and speak to this topic. We at the Sheriff's Office do not believe we need to go out for an RFP. We want to continue to run as we are now. Additionally, back in October of last year, we switched vendors, went to Randy's Tires, who has a state contract for the tire services, and we would like to at least have 1 full year of invoices so that we can really look at all the numbers and have a full year of statistics, if you will.
Okay. Are there any questions? Supervisor Gray?
Yeah, I'm a little confused because most county services, we require an RFP, and I don't know why we wouldn't require an RFP for this type of service. Maybe someone can answer that for me.
I don't know of any legal reason why we would not. It's my understanding that the Sheriff's Office has never been part of Fleet or gone through a formal RFP process. Every other county department that gets services that this type of extent is required to follow the county processes, so I don't see a distinction here.
Thank you. Are there any other questions on that? Okay. Are there any other supervisor comments?
I got a comment.
Okay.
Speak specifically to Mike and his crew. Look, I know this caused a lot of consternation on your crew, this exercise, but this was a valuable exercise to go through, and so I appreciate that staff has gone through this, and your team has. Fleet services can be a big cost, and I worry about, or a little bit about, how we manage all that. So I want to just challenge your team to make it work, and I know they will. They'll rise to that challenge. But I also want them to find and make suggestions on how we can improve our costs in this area, and I know they can. They're closer to it than anybody, and so tell them we appreciate them, we have confidence in them, but we have high expectations for them too. Okay, thanks.
Are there any other board questions, comments? Right, is there any public comment? All right, I'm going to bring it back to the board.
Staff recommendation here.
Second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 14?
Consideration of approving correspondence regarding the Mammoth-based land exchange draft environmental impact statement.
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Liz Peterson, County Administrator's Office. Excuse me. Back in October, your board discussed this item. This is a land exchange between the Mammoth Main Lodge Redevelopment LLC, who owns, it's sort of a conglomerate of land, 1,296.7 acres to be exact, and is looking to exchange that, giving it essentially or selling it to national forests, to the National Forest System, the Plumas, Stanislaus, and Inyo National Forests, and in exchange would receive 35.6 acres of Inyo National Forest land that could go toward the development of the Mammoth Lakes recreation opportunities that are there. In October, your board did send comments on this item because over 900 of these acres are in Tuolumne County, in the Stanislaus National Forest. In your board's comments at that time, you recognized the sort of opposing principles that your board holds. One of the right of private property owners to sell parcels that are not productive. These parcels that we are in conversation about are owned by Sierra Pacific Industries. They have spoken to me and said that these parcels are not profitable to them at this point, and they would take the money that they would get from the sale of this land and purchase other land that could be more profitable for their business. So there's that principle on the one hand of the right of property owners to do what they want, which your board recognizes and is in support of. On the other hand, there is a principle that your board values, which is the, the no net loss of private lands in the county, or so no additional lands would be given over for public management. So, having said that, in your board's comments in October, you requested a thorough economic analysis be done. In this draft environmental impact statement, an economic analysis was completed. However, it was not thorough. They primarily focused on the loss of property tax revenue that would come here or that would no longer enter into the county for revenue, and that they recognized, or they estimated it would be $569.70 per year that would be a loss to us, which was about far less than 1%. Anyway, so having said that, there is a draft letter attached for your review and approval. In the letter, I included that based on this inadequate economic analysis of the draft environmental impact statement, that your board would not want to support this action, this land exchange. However, your board may wish to consider taking a different position based on those conflicting principles which I mentioned. That could be support for the action based on the private property rights, based also on the minimal impact to property tax revenue in Tuolumne County, and based on the economic benefit that this exchange will have to Mono County. Your board could also take a neutral position that expresses the principles held by your board, but takes no formal position to support or oppose the action. And again, of course, your board could oppose the action. The timing of this item was such that it was not able to be discussed at the Natural Resource Committee meeting, and comments are due August 20th on this item. So I am here requesting your board approve correspondence regarding the Mammoth Base Land Exchange draft environmental impact statement with any edits your board may wish to include.
Thank you. I'm going to make a quick comment first. Sure. And suggestions. First, the economic analysis is woefully incomplete. Even when we look at some of these very remote areas and we say we're going to analyze for tourism, we know that that's not really applicable in those parts of within our national forest. But I'm really disappointed because after the Rim Fire, I read a report called Earth Economics. And so I know this data is out there where they analyze for virtually every economic piece that's attributed. And So the data is available, and there was not an effort to incorporate either losses beyond the recreational piece of it, but losses to the environment and the differences. It even analyzed the differences between management on U.S. Forest Service land versus private land. So there is information, and I would like us to reference that when they do these, when they look at these land exchanges, that they need to do a thorough analysis that includes A, B, C, D. And again, I can provide that information to you and reference that organization in particular because it was very thorough. Secondly, when I looked at this and read this, and when we discussed this in the Natural Resource Committee meeting previously, while we really don't like to see a net loss of private property, and we're weighing that against private property rights, we had this conversation with regards to Ackerson Meadow also. Mm-hmm. With Ackerson Meadow, there was an impact to adjoining private property owners who voiced very strong opposition. That did weigh in, I think, at least in my decision. With this, there have been no other private property owners that have stepped forward and voiced any opposition to this. So that does weigh into my decision with regards to a private property owner's rights to move something forward. And so I believe that I would take a neutral position because I certainly don't support it. I don't think it's a good deal for Tuolumne County, but I respect the property owner's rights to move on this. But I would like to really highlight the lack of economic analysis that was done in the DEIS. Supervisor Rotifer.
Yeah, so my understanding is what we're responding to is the DEIS, okay? So we've already decided whether we were going to support the land transfer or not. And just for a factual correction, I believe, the land that is being transferred is not owned by Mammoth Lakes. They are a net gainer of the land. You made a comment in your start. That land was all owned by various private property owners who chose to transfer the land. I do have, and I am very interested in Supervisor Brennan's economic analysis data points and those things, and I would support adding some specific things to this in, I think it's in the third paragraph where we talk about large wildland fires, illegal cannabis cultivation, drastic reductions of timber sales, et cetera, et cetera. So I would flush that out, and I would yield to Supervisor Brennan working with you on that, on exactly what needs to go in there. I have some corrections or some proposed edits, if you will, to the fourth paragraph. Who would have thunk it, right? But basically, the way the fourth paragraph reads to me is we're really slamming the Forest Service, and it's quite frankly not all their fault. So what I would do is where it says that the board reiterates our comments from the proposed action and believes the United States Forest Service should not be given any additional acreage until, strike the rest of that, and add this. Until the United States Congress commits to sufficient future funding of the United States Forest Service, and the United States Forest Service puts in place mechanisms to steward well those lands already under their management. Okay? And then at the end of it, the next sentence is fine, but at the end of that, where we say the Tuolumne Court requests a more thorough economic analysis be conducted that includes the economic impacts listed above, which is the ones that Supervisor Brennan is going to help you flesh out. And I can give you that language. I've got it written down, so you don't have to worry about it.
Supervisor Gray.
I agree with the comments, but I want to emphasize the right to the property owner. You know, SBI has come forward and said that this does not hurt them. And I think that's really important to consider also with the other comments that are being made.
Supervisor Hanfield.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Ordinarily, I would just flat out oppose this for all the reasons stated, but I do appreciate the rights of private property owners to sell their land as they see appropriate. This is a completely different situation than Ackerson Meadow in my mind. But Liz and I were out on the forest last week. If you haven't been out on the forest and taken a good look at our forest, there are portions where we saw where they had been in routinely over the last 25 years, and they look pretty good. They look a little sparse because there were a lot of dead trees taken out of there. But the vast majority of the Stanislaus National Forest is it's a big fire hazard. It's just a disaster waiting for a time. And that is of grave concern to me. We listened to Barney Gant talk about and cry over he hasn't got any money, he can't do it. I also think they don't allocate their money appropriately, and they're tied up with all this other stuff. But the issue that we don't talk about here, well, I'm willing to take a neutral position because of all the other conflicts, the issue that we don't talk about here is not only do they not do the economic analysis appropriately, but they don't do the NEPA analysis on the change in management strategy and what the impacts of that is. And it's a problem. This land, over time, will be neglected. SPI wants to sell it because they think it's low value for timber, but over time it will become a brush field and it will become a fire hazard. And our forests are dangerous, and and they're more dangerous today with dead trees. I heard the story yesterday where a dead tree on the forest came down near a road, hit a car that was moving by the road, and there's a 10-year-old in the hospital. Our forests are dangerous. Our Forest Service is not managing the forest. They're not good stewards of it. And the Department of Interior is worse on their lands. So I have mixed emotions about this, but I will take the neutral position. I appreciate the comments of my colleagues and the edits that they suggest, and I'm willing to approve a letter that Supervisor Brennan can sign at her discretion.
Do you have any comments?
I'm okay with the neutral.
All right. So, is there any public comment? All right, I'm going to bring this back.
Just real, because I'm a little confused on what we're talking about, pro, neutral, con on this, okay? We're responding only to the EIS. I'm against the EIS until they make the corrections that we want. I don't agree with the EIS. The land transfer, we've already taken the position on, and I don't,
So, for clarification, and maybe you can help me because I did not read the entire draft, but my guess is that they laid out alternatives 1, 2, and 3.
Just 2.
2, okay. But so we are actually at that point in time we have to take a position on do we support the preferred alternative?
Okay.
Which is
then I would be neutral, but
yes.
These comments.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I need to come back. I did not get a motion. I did public comment. I'll ask again. Is there anyone who would like to speak on this item? All right.
I'll move on approving the letter and taking a neutral position with the edits suggested by Supervisor Brennan and myself.
I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right. Item 15. How long do we think that will take? Okay. Yeah, let's take our break now, and so we will recess and reconvene at 10:30. Thank you. 11:30, I was going to say. Supervisor Gray, did he?
I'll go check.
Thank you.
Is he out there? Oh, here he is. Ta-dum.
Thank you.
Grand entrance. Need a drum roll.
All right, will the clerk please
Difficulty parking?
read item 15?
This is consideration of approving plans and specifications and bid book for construction number 1675 Jacksonville Road Bridge preventative maintenance project, issuing a call for bids on Tuesday, September 7th, 2017, 2:30 p.m., and authorizing the Director of Transportation signatory authority to award the lowest responsible bidder.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Blossom Scott Heim, Associate Engineer with the CRA. The Jacksonville Road Bridge over the Tuolumne River was built in 1970 as part of the new Don Pedro project. According to the 2015 Bridge Inspection Report, cracking is present throughout the deck. Approximately 5 to 10% of the deck area is delaminated, and the expansion joints are spalled or have missing steel angles. In October 2013, the county applied to the Federal Highway Administration for funding under the Highway Bridge Program, Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program, to rehabilitate the bridge. MGE Engineering, Inc. has prepared the plans, specifications, and bid book for the Jacksonville Road Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project. Repairs to the bridge will include grinding off the top inch of deck overlay, placing a polyester concrete overlay wearing surface, repair and replacement of the expansion joints, repair of concrete spalls, and construction of a concrete retaining wall to protect the north end girders from inundation with dirt and debris. Bids are proposed to be due on September 7th, 2017 at 2:30 p.m. The bids will be reviewed by county staff members and county council and will be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. It is anticipated that approval of the contract will be scheduled for award in September 2017. The project is funded through the Federal Highway Bridge Program with 88.53% reimbursement and an 11.47% local match. The total cost of the construction project, including construction, contingencies, and construction engineering, is $931,250. The environmental coordinator for the county has determined that the proposed project is categorically exempt from review under CEQA, and a notice of exemption was filed with the county clerk on May 18, 2017. It is recommended that your board, 1, approve the plans, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1675, Jacksonville Road Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project, issue a call for bids due on Thursday, September 7th, 2017 at 2:30 p.m., and 2, authorize the Director of Transportation signatory authority to award to the lowest responsible bidder to the call for bids.
Thank you. I'm going to start with Supervisor Gray.
Okay, this is just a quick comment. Glad to see the work's going to get done, and I know you guys are going to do this, but I just want to get the 2 cents in that we don't want to close it the same time that the 120 bridge is closing, because I won't be able to get to work unless I use Orange Ferry Road. So,
and we will coordinate with the Caltrans
That's an
project.
interesting idea.
yeah, interesting idea. Keep me out of the county. Anyway, so with that,
You can always go over one pass and come back over.
I could do that.
Words Ferry.
Words Ferry.
I'm sure you would have a lot of happy constituents.
So when you're done, I'm ready.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Yeah, look, I understand the need to have an expedited process, and I'm all in favor of that. But I also believe that we can't operate like that as a standard operating procedure. I just don't think that's the right kind of thing to do. We need appropriate checks and balances. And I would like to propose that when you're ready to go, that these projects, all these that you're proposing on this, be done with a simple, quick review with county council, the CAO, or his designee, and the chairman or her designee, and get a rubber stamp and a sign and go. I think that would provide sufficient check and balance in the system, so I'd feel better about the process. Other than that, I'm all in favor.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
David Gonzalez, your Community Resource Agency Director, and I want to take a moment to talk with you about why we're trying to do this. As you all know, we have an extraordinary amount of work that is going on here. And it is not that we're trying to change processes, not be non-transparent. We follow everything to a T. If you look at our work, nothing that we can see will change. Other than we're looking to pick up a few weeks here and there. It's about timing. And I do appreciate Supervisor Handbolt the option of doing that. We will catch up with these projects, with the emergency ones, with these pavement projects. If we miss a deadline, I do not want to lose funding. And that is the reason why we're pushing so hard with the limited staff that we have on these timings. And I do appreciate the opportunity to pick up a week here or there. I'll take every inch we can get. And we do appreciate that.
What I'm suggesting, I think you could do that.
It is. I am saying thank you, and we will use it, and that is perfect.
Because I understand the burden of coming back to the Board of Supervisors. You miss, and you could be 3 weeks out. I mean, so yeah, if that process would work, I'd be all in favor.
It's fine.
Are there any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right.
I'll move on staff recommendations.
Second.
So with clarification of incorporating Supervisor Hanfeld's suggestion?
Yes. Works for staff.
Works for us, yeah. We appreciate this opportunity. It helps us.
Okay. I have a first from Supervisor Gray, and the second was from, did I have a second?
I think it was from Supervisor Gray. I'm sorry, Handel.
Hanfeld was the second?
Oh, I thought Royce was.
All right. I know I had, excuse me.
Hey, I'll be glad to second, but I thought Royce did.
I know I had a motion from Supervisor Gray, and I heard Supervisor Royce say second and Supervisor Hanfeld, so we will give it to Supervisor Royce. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. All right, will the clerk please read item 16?
Consideration of approving plans and specifications and bid book for contract number 1661 Jackson Street, Yaney Hill Road Reconstruction Project, and issuing a call for bids on September 1st, 2017 at 2 p.m., and authorizing the Director of Transportation and Signatory Authority to award the lowest responsible bidder.
Good. Well, we're still in morning. Yes, good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer for the Community Resources Agency. In June of 2014, your board considered a list of road projects prepared by the Community Resources Agency Engineering Division for fiscal year 14-15. Your board selected Jackson Street, Yankee Hill Road, Parrots Ferry Road, and Dodge Ridge Road reconstruction projects. Dodge Ridge Road has been completed, and Parrots Ferry has been completed except for the last lift to be placed next year. In September of 2015, Engineering Division prepared plan specifications and estimates for the Jackson Street Yankee Hill reconstruction project, and the county received 2 bid proposals. Both of those proposals were in excess of the project budget, so staff recommended that your board not award at that time. 2 qualified contractors equipped to do the work had proposed in 2015, which led to those higher bid prices. Since that time, there has been an addition of 3 more qualified contractors in the field within our region. So we're hoping that we will get more competitive bids. Engineering staff has taken the opportunity to fine-tune the scope of work and to change the original cold-in-place recycling specification to a simpler, more mill and fill. The project proposed in general consists of grinding out and removing 1 inch of the existing roadway, installing 1 inch thick of hot mix asphalt, followed by a rubberized chip seal and slurry seal application. The length of the project is 63/100ths of a mile, with 2 bid additives planned, totaling up to an extra 3/10ths of a mile of road reconstruction, as the project budget allows. The additive B and C to the base bid has the potential to exceed available funding. However, if the bids are lower than the engineer's estimate, the availability of funds are within bid prices, staff would pursue awarding to the lowest response bidder for the additional 3/10ths of a mile. We're trying to get as much, as you say, bang for your buck out of this. The environmental coordinator for the county has determined that this project is categorically exempt under CEQA, and a notice of exemption has been filed and included in your board packet. It is recommended that your board approve the plan specifications bid book for the contract 1661 Jackson Street Yankee Hill reconstruction and project, and issue a call for bids for September 1st, 2010 at 2 p.m., and authorize the Director of Transportation Signature Authority to award the lowest responsive bidder to the call for bids, as well as having oversight with the CAO in their department, based on upon findings A through C.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I've got two items of interest on this project that I would, and I don't think any of them are a surprise to staff. Okay, first of all, there is an archaeological study that involves parts of the park that this project will be going through. I want to make sure that we avail ourselves of the information in that archaeological study and don't do anything that might disturb key archaeological sites. And the one that comes to mind is some of the historical cisterns and all of that stuff. Okay. If we're going to have to do something there, we probably are going to need to have a public meeting before we do that. Okay. The other thing is, and this is something that I've been working with the staff on, but I just want to be in the public with it, and that is we really do need to look at some traffic calming methodologies for people that are coming around Sawmill Flat onto Yankee Hill onto Jackson, because there is very high pedestrian traffic in there, and I'm not suggesting speed bumps, or I'm not suggesting anything specific, but signage, paint on the roadway, whatever we can do to encourage people to slow down. I get constant complaints from vendors in the park of people roaring through there, and I'm not going to guess, who it is. I don't think it's the local residents so much as it is people that are coming from not around the park environment and coming through there. So I just really want to look at working with Greg Martin, the park superintendent out there, and figuring out what we can do as part of this project, or as we go through the process of doing the project, to do some enhancements out there that will try and get people to slow down in that area. And I know we've got, one of the things I believe we've got in the project is a crosswalk and stuff like that, but I'm not sure just a simple crosswalk is going to get the job done. So those are my two areas concerned. The archaeological stuff, obviously associated with the historical nature of the park, that is on, I believe it's on the National Registry. We don't want to threaten that. So just comments, not anything else.
I do want to point out, if you look in the bid package, there are what we call ESAs, which is environmentally sensitive areas that are identified to be blocked off. And we're using a different type of crosswalk. We're using more of a ladder, or starts with a C.
Piano keys, or a continental style.
Continental style.
Okay.
So it's more apparent following those concerns of the traffic calming in that area.
Okay. My comments weren't necessarily for you.
I know. Just wanted to reiterate if
I understand.
no one looked at the bid package. So.
And thank you for that.
Are there any other questions?
Same process comment.
All right. Would you say that into your microphone, please?
Pardon?
I don't think everyone heard you.
Oh, I said same process comment.
And I
Good.
think you acknowledged that in the staff report?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
I added it.
All right. Any other questions or comments? Is there any public comment? All right, I will bring it back.
Madam Chairman, I move on staff recommendation to approve the bid book to go out for contract on the Jackson Street Yankee Hill Road Reconstruction Project, and issue bids to be due by September 1st, 2017 at 2 p.m.
A motion by Supervisor Rutherford, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Will the clerk please read item 17?
Consideration of approving plan specification and bid book for contract number 1715-1, 2017 storm damage pavement repair project, and issue a call for bids on September 6, 2017, 2 p.m., and authorize the Director of Transportation and Signatory Authority to award the contractors to the lowest responsible bidder.
Staff report.
Madam Chair, if I may. David Gonzalez, Community Resource Agency Director. We are going to tag team this item for multiple reasons. Myself, Tanya, and Tracy Riggs will also be covering this item, as well as possibly the CAO's office. So, as we all aware, we have some very challenging times right now with the emergency projects that we're pushing forward. We are working closely with FEMA to get project approval and funding, as well as with the Department of Forestry, which I'll go over here shortly. There are many different issues with this, and it's about timing. As we all know, fall's approaching, and that what comes right after that is a nice wet winter again. And these are critical projects we're trying to move forward. As each of you know, in your district, there are critical areas of infrastructure that has been damaged. The comment was made earlier today about culverts. As I've explained to you, much of this damage has been caused by culverts being plugged, by water infiltrating their base, and it is far more than just lack of maintenance causing potholes. These are sinkholes that will swallow a car in some areas. So we are working closely with FEMA, and some items have come up with them as far as consideration of what they're going to reimburse. Myself, the CAO's office, and our finance folks in the CAO's office have been talking very closely with FEMA, trying to make sure we get approval and getting actual documents that say they're going to refund or reimburse us, is their terminology, these amount of monies. As you know, there's $8 million plus worth of work out there. Not just this one before you today, but going forward on all of these. This item here today is, I'll let Tanya cover the details of it. We have it in the budget to fund our portion of the share if FEMA does step forward and authorize that. We also have been asked by FEMA to enter into a contract with Forestry on several of these items on there. As these bid package, we have put together many of these roads in a larger bid to try to get economies of scale. So some of these roads have made it a little more complex by doing that. Some of these roads are forestry roads, which FEMA's stated that they want an agreement, a project agreement, or memorandum of understanding with them that needs to come back before this board before they will determine that they'll reimburse us the 75%. So there's a lot of moving parts in this. I won't try to be confusing here, but Tracy's, myself, Jason Terry, and our team have been working with FEMA to try to get that comfort level of moving forward on these projects. Again, it is not just this one project. So I'm going to let Tracy go ahead and cover these, and just letting you know what the pretext is of this.
That tall. Good morning, Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. And as always, I'm the bearer of good news for your board. We are all very aware of the process now. I'm working with both FEMA and Cal OES. It's not fast. There's a lot of detail and a lot of process. It's been 6 months since the February storms ended. And as of today, we still do not have any signed project worksheets and no obligated funding. What we do have are a few signed descriptions, and those come from the engineering department. They've been doing a great job, and then there's a lot of information that Jason Terry has been forwarding to FEMA. So what I wanted to do is just take a moment to go through what I just handed out to you, just so you're aware financially where we're at and with the budget, so that as we move into the item, you know where we stand and what we may or may not need to do. So in June, Mr. Pedro had done a memo where your board approved moving an additional $180,000 from capital to cover what may be needed for the share of cost. So in that first part, you see a matrix, and it breaks down what at that time, how we thought we might spend the money needed to repair the roads on the list that you have seen multiple times. Then what I did was right below that, you will see, and let me just remind, you are aware of this, but our residents who are listening, when we get FEMA has a 75% reimbursement. CDAA, which is the state of California, comes in with 18.75%, which leaves the county with approximately 6.25% share of cost when we move into these projects. So in 16-17, what's in the finance system right now, and ran this last night, we've spent $713,000 in fiscal year 16-17. I broke down what FEMA's share, what CDA share is, and what our share of cost would be approximately $44,500. To the left of that is where your board had transferred money into this cost center to cover our share of costs. So originally we had $94,450 that your board allocated, and then in June you allocated an additional $180,000 for a total of $274,450. If we subtract what we spent in 16-17, we move into this current fiscal year with $230,000 as match for any work that we would do. Now, I want to make sure you know that, so as the item that's in front of you, which is approximately $1.9 million, that there is sufficient match for that $1.9 million. Now, that is based on the assumption that all of it will be eligible. So further down, we have a new estimate. Originally, we were around $7.9 to $8 million. The most current estimate I have right now is $8.4 million, which would bring us to approximately $525,000 that would be needed for match. Your board has already allocated $274,450, so an estimated additional amount of $250,462 would be needed. What we will do is continue to work with David and his staff to bring back to you in the adopted budget a more updated matrix that you're seeing on the top of this as to how do we think we will move through into 17-18 and 18-19 to get these projects completed. You may remember we normally have 18 months from the date of the proclamation to do the work. But with solid waste, you may remember we also can get an additional 18-month extension. And when we do that, we make that request as soon as we know we need it. And then we give them a timeline on when and how that work will be completed. So we will all work together again for those roads that we need to get an extension on. So the other thing I want to make sure, and David did highlight this, is because we have a 1974 road agreement with the U.S. Forest Service that has been updated a couple of times. There is a maintenance that we have taken over on some of those roads. There's a long list of roads. There are 6 roads in question right now that are on that list that were damaged during the storms, and 4 of those roads are part of this project that will be coming forward to you in the $1.9 million. So what we're working on are 2 things that FEMA's requested. They want 6 separate road agreements, so 1 for each one of those roads. And then they also want a letter that the Forest Service will provide us, and Scott is hoping to get that to us by Friday. They also want a letter that show that they essentially are asserting and certifying that they are not able to let me stop here. They have not expended any funds since 1974, nor are they able to pull down any funds because in their database, when it says who is the one who maintains these roads, it says county as a maintainer. That's very important. So now the draft agreement did come to our office yesterday. It went to Carlin. Carlin already got it back to me yesterday afternoon, and we will get that over to the Forest Service for them to review. And with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions, and if not, we'll move back to David and his staff. All right, thank you.
I have one quick question. So these projects are CEQA exempt?
I'll leave that to you. Yes.
I think it's best now that Tanya covers the actual projects. We just wanted to separate these issues out so you could understand.
I do, but that was my question is going to get to that. Yes. We won't have an issue with any overlap on CEQA NEPA. On some of these roads that are actually Forest Service roads, but county maintains them.
Yes, so all of these projects in front of you today have filed a notice of exemption under CEQA. And the process in which FEMA works with NEPA, they look at it as 2 separate ones. They're looking over making sure the county complied with doing their appropriate permitting, working with other agencies of jurisdiction, following that same protocol. It's very similar to what you do in CEQA, as well as for NEPA. So outside of the federal jurisdiction, FEMA does coordinate with those other agencies on their own, reaching out to their tribes, working with Army Corps of Engineers, so they do their separate independent evaluation for NEPA compliance.
So I like that answer. I just don't want to see any time delays.
Yes. So I just kind of want to bring back, as you remember, in May we presented to your board, a lot of the roads had experienced severe pumping, and they're not just potholes, but where actually the soils came out underneath that pavement. And out of the 175 investigated sites that we've done with FEMA, we created 30 projects in which 20 of those are those paving projects. So what staff did, they're on 28 different roads, and in order to increase the economy of scale of the project, or excuse me, the contract, we combined all the paving projects and put them in with different types of digouts depending on what treatment needed. So that's what you'll see in the bid book. There's 3 different A, B, and C measured on a square foot. So the roads that were discussed that are on the Forest Service agreement that are a part of this bid package is Q Mill Road, Big Hill Road, Hells Hollow, and Evergreen Road. And I've broken down the associated project costs for you just so you're aware of that fiscal obligation. So Q Mill Road has, and these are total project costs including engineering, is $14,400. Big Hill Road has $16,600. Hells Hollow Road has $77,521. And Evergreen Road is $955,174. So the total estimated cost of these roads is about $1.6 million, which the county, as Tracy iterated, we could be at risk if, or David, that we wouldn't get that reimbursement or that share from FEMA. So being sensitive to this, in order to reduce this fiscal risk to the county, staff has created alternate bids within the bid book. We have a base bid that includes all the roads except Evergreen, and an alternate bid that includes all roads and Evergreen. Thus, your base bid is estimated at $953,000, and your alternate bid is the $1.9 million. Staff is recommending that your board actually proceed with the advertisement and award of this contract based on our concern for the higher risk that we could face if it's not done before winter. A lot of people had concerns with the detour routes, closed roads. You have an open hole. Now you're going to have more infiltration during the winter. It could cause more problems and also increase your fiscal responsibility for next year. So, and then in the event if FEMA does come through, this contract for the county's match at 6 1/4 would only be $119,250. So, I think we're, as a team here, answered more questions. I do want to give kudos to my team at investigating all these sites, pulling together massive amount of quantities in order to make a very sound bid book in order to get this work done. So, and they did it under a very short amount of time. So.
Tanya, would you take a moment and introduce everybody, please?
Sure. So, right beside me here is Gadiel Dimete. He actually did a lot of the work involved in this project. We have Blossom Scottheim, and then we have David Ruby, who's been our great coordinator working with Jason Terry and Tracy at making sure there's a nexus between the fiscal side and the engineering side under these FEMA projects.
Thank you for that. Supervisor Gray.
Just a question on the probability of FEMA coming through with the money. Do we have any feeling on what that is going to be? I know we're putting a lot of work out there right now.
We may be asking for your support, but Tracy will walk over and tell. We may be at some point asking for your support.
Earlier rather than later.
As you know, there is no guarantee that FEMA will deem anything eligible. They're fighting us on the U.S. Forest Service projects. We will continue to work on those. And they also, what I forgot to mention was they will be issuing a letter of determination regarding what they feel is regular maintenance as opposed to emergency work. And the reason is that they're questioning some of the roads about the potholes, that those are maintenance and they're not regular work. However, I will, as you know, I can be quite a pest and I don't take no as an answer, so we will continue to push this all the way up until we get an answer at a higher level if that's what's needed. And we'll work with the staff to get the backup needed to make that happen as well. But there's no guarantee at all that FEMA will make everything eligible.
Thank you.
Craig?
Yeah, just to comment, again, I really appreciate the work that the team has put together. And if I don't mind, just a little side comment. I've mentioned this privately, but publicly, we've had some really good engineers that have worked for Tuolumne County, but as a team, this is the best we've ever had. And I really mean that. Great team. And we need a great team because you even have more opportunities with things like SB1 coming, and this you're going to need every bit of this team to make that all work. But having said that, I think what's before you gives you the best opportunity and flexibility that you need given where we're at with all these approvals. I'd like to think that the Forest Service thing will come through. There's some precedent with that. We've done this before in other flood projects. It's just a matter of timing. When will it come forth? At the pothole thing, stay tuned for Film at 11. And in our discussions, we recognize we have the ability to reduce quantities in the final award that could also reflect, if necessary, some things that may be deemed ineligible. Your board may also want to know what would that added cost be if we were to go ahead and do it anyway without reimbursement. This is one that may come back, to you if there's just so many variables that are out there and we need you to weigh in. This is one that may very well come back before we award. But kudos to the staff. That's great work, great flexibility.
Absolutely. Any other board questions or comments? Is there any public comment? Oh, I'm sorry, Randy.
Yeah, I'm hearing this uncertainty, and so I just think we get ahead of the game as we are prone to do in this county, and we get our congressmen and our senators. We have contacts, and get them lined up to put the pressure on and do it now, and I'm willing to help do that. So.
And Randy, I'm wondering if you could reach out to some of the other rural counties that would be in a similar situation.
Well, I think that's the other thing I can do. I mean, it'll be at RCRC tomorrow, and the county concerns.
Have this agendized, especially those counties that might have this county Forest Service interaction also.
But make sure we get our money first.
Yes.
I was just going to say that.
Of course.
The road to heaven goes through Tuolumne County, so we ought to just get that money.
I'll comment about that later, but you're right.
One of the challenges is as Craig had mentioned, we have a great team here. We're in front of a lot of these issues, which causes a lot of problems at those agencies because they're not quite sure. And once they do make a decision, they're setting a precedent. So we're out front of it, but it's also something we have to do to make sure these roads are done. So we'll let you and Tracy and CAO's office make that decision.
Absolutely.
But I'm at that point mentally needing to go.
I would also let the public know that Supervisor Hanfeld and I did meet with the Forest Service and discussed a number of their road issues. And so we're aware of when their resources left here, they went to El Dorado County, and I know they are circulating through a number of these foothill counties, and so there are a lot of similarities with all of the Sierra Nevada counties. So, point taken. All right. Is there any public comment? Already asked. All right. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board.
Madam Chairman, I'll move in favor of staff recommendation, same concerns and process-wise, but I'll move in favor of that recommendation, and I'll ask David, you and Tracy, give me just a brief statement I can make at RCRC and sell the point, and I'll get that done tomorrow.
I'll second.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Rotifer.
Before we
Sorry.
before we
All-
vote, just a question. Would it be worth for 2 weeks from now or whenever the next meeting is? I didn't look at the calendar, but to have some correspondence go to our federal legislators. Just it can be on consent calendar or whatever. Just
Then I think I'll look for Tracy to give us a heads up on when she feels it's most advantageous. I think she's...
okay.
All right. A motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And please express the board's thanks to the entire members of your group, and thank you to those that are here. We really appreciate all of your efforts. All right. Will the clerk please read item 18?
Consideration of approving a plan specification and bid book for contract number 1673 Hardin Flat Road Bridge Replacement Project, issuing a call for bids due on September 14th at 2 p.m. and authorizing the Director of Transportation to signatory authority to award the lowest responsible bidder.
Staff report.
Blossom Scott Heim, CRA Engineering. To shift gears and talk about a different disaster here. The Hardin Flat Road Bridge sustained significant damage in the 2013 rim fire. In October of 2013, the county applied to the Federal Highway Administration for funding under the Highway Bridge Program to replace the bridge. The funding was awarded and preliminary engineering began in spring of 2014. The county originally pursued FEMA funding for the replacement, but the HBP program offers 100% reimbursement. Cornerstone Engineering has prepared the plans, specifications, and bid book for the Hardin Flat Road over South Fork Tuolumne River replacement project. The work to be done consists, in general, of replacing the existing bridge with a clear span, cast-in-place post-tension concrete box girder, approximately 120 feet in length and 28.5 feet in width. Bids are proposed to be due on September 14th, 2017 at 2 p.m. The bids will be reviewed by county staff, county council, CAO's office, and the board chair, and be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. It's anticipated that approval of the contract will be scheduled for award in October 2017, and construction work will commence in early 2018 as weather permits. The project is funded through the Federal Highway Bridge Program with toll credits for 100% reimbursement. The total cost of the construction project is estimated to be $2,446,095. The environmental coordinator for the county has determined that the project is statutorily exempt from review under CEQA, and a notice was filed with the county clerk on May 3, 2016. It is recommended that your board, 1, approve the plans, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1673, Hardin Flat Road over South Fork Tuolumne River Replacement Project, and issue a call for bids due on Thursday, September 14, 2017 at 2 p.m., and 2, authorize the Director of Transportation signatory authority to award to the lowest responsible bidder to the call for bids.
Are there any questions? Is there any public comment? Right, I will bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the plan, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1673, Hardin Flat Road over South Fork Tuolumne Replacement Project, and issue a call for bids due on Thursday, September 14, 2017 at 2 p.m., and authorize the Director of Transportation signatory authority to award the lowest responsible bidder to the call for bids.
I'll second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Was there?
We're just adding in that oversight of the CAO.
Yes.
Thank you.
That's not on, sorry.
Thank you.
The oversight with the CAO.
Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
19.
Will the clerk please read item 19?
Consideration of approving the plans and specifications and bid book for contract number 1674, Tuolumne County Bridge Preventive Preventative Maintenance Project, issuing a call for bids on September 7th, 2 p.m., authorizing the Director of Transportation signatory authority to award the lowest responsible bidder.
Good morning again. The Federal Highway Administration Bridge Preventative Maintenance Program makes funds available for maintenance treatments to bridges that do not otherwise qualify for rehabilitation or replacement. In March 2013, funds were programmed into the FTIP for 10 bridges to receive maintenance treatments. And in July 2015, an 11th bridge, the Clarks Fork Bridge, was added to the list. MGE Engineering, Inc. has prepared the plans, specifications, and bid book for the Tuolumne County Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project. The work to be done consists of, in general, treating bridge decks with a methacrylate or polyester concrete overlay, repairing concrete spalls, replacing bridge railing, replacing joint seals, replacing asphalt bridge approaches, and repairing existing erosion control measures. Bids are proposed to be due on September 7th, 2017 at 2 p.m. The bids will be reviewed by county staff members, county council, CAO, and board chair, and will be awarded to the lowest responsible bidder. As anticipated, the approval of the contract will be scheduled for award in September 2017. The project is funded through the Federal Highway Bridge Program with 88.53% reimbursement and an 11.47% local match. The total cost of the project, including construction, contingency, and construction engineering, is estimated to be $572,840. The environmental coordinator for the county has determined that the project is categorically exempt under CEQA, and a notice of exemption was filed with the county clerk on May 18, 2017. It is recommended that your board approve, 1, the plans, specifications, and bid book for contract number 1674, Tuolumne County Bridge Preventative Maintenance Project, and issue a call for bids to be due on Thursday, September 7, 2017 at 2 p.m., and 2, authorize the Director of Transportation signatory authority to award to the lowest responsible bidder to the call for bids.
Any board comments?
Yeah, I just got one. This is for public. If you haven't been paying attention, these last items, this is the 5th in a series. Our engineering crew and our road people are taking on an enormous task here, and for the public benefit. And I just want to say thanks. It's amazing. It's amazing what you're trying to do.
Thank you.
All right. Is there any public comment? All right. I'll bring it back.
I'll move in favor of this item with the same caveats.
I have a motion from Supervisor Hamfeld, a second from Supervisor Royce. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And again, I think Supervisor
Thank you.
Hamfeld just said it, but thank you. A tremendous effort by your team.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
And I gave you some more time under 11:30, right?
Will the clerk please read item 20?
Consideration of approving a professional services agreement with Dean Kaleda for services as an interim health officer.
Ms. Connolly.
Good morning, Chairwoman Brennan, members of the board, Ann Connolly, Human Services Agency Director. As your board is aware, Dr. Liza Ortiz, our county health officer, has resigned effective August 31st, 2017. A recruitment for a permanent replacement is underway based on your board's approval of a recruitment plan on July 5th. So while her resignation takes place August 31st, her last day in the office was August 10th. So based on Health and Safety Code, it is a requirement that your board appoint a health officer to act in that capacity. So with her out of the office, I am requesting that your board appoint Dr. Dean Kaleda, who is an MD and a fellow with the American Academy of Family Physicians, as the interim county health officer effective August 16th, 2017. Dr. Kaleda has served as the Calaveras County Health Officer for 17 years, and he also has been providing emergency health officer coverage for our county under a memorandum of understanding. Our county's public health staff has experience working with Dr. Kaleda in this capacity, and he has extensive background in managing public health issues with an appreciation for the community health needs of a rural community. After discussions with Dr. Kaleda and County Council, it was determined that a 6-month professional agreement would be appropriate to bring to your board to ensure coverage for the time needed to recruit a permanent health officer. So in addition to Dr. Kaleda's 17 years as the Calaveras County Health Officer, he's board certified in family practice. He has extensive experience as a practicing physician and medical director. He's currently an outpatient primary care provider for the Angels Camp Family Medical Clinic and has previously been employed with the Valley Emergency Physicians Group as the emergency department provider, the San Andreas Family Practice as a community primary care clinic physician, and most recently the co-owner of the Silver Oak Medical Office private practice. So should your board approve the agreement, Dr. Kaleda would be appointed to provide interim health officer services from August 16, 2017 until February 15, 2018, with an option for one extension in the event that recruitment efforts for a permanent health officer position extend past the initial 6-month term of the agreement. The compensation paid to Dr. Kaleda includes a base rate of $4,000 per month and $2,000 per half month, not to exceed $24,000 for the 6-month term of the agreement. There is no county general fund associated with this agreement. The total cost has been budgeted in the public health 17-18 budget. While Dr. Kaleda would have preferred being here in person today, he is busy taking care of patients. I'm appreciative that Dr. Kaleda, an experienced rural health officer, is willing to assist us on taking this critical role as Tuolumne County's interim health officer. With that, it is respectfully recommended that your board appoint Dr. Dean Kaleda as the interim Tuolumne County health officer effective August 16, 2017, approve the associated 6-month professional services agreement in an amount not to exceed $24,000, and authorize the board chair to sign. Happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Is there any public comment?
This is a lot of money. And I heard he said no, and you had to sweeten the pot, so I guess good for him. So is this a 6-month guaranteed? Or if you find somebody in 3 months, then he'll say sayonara, or?
Under this agreement, Dr. Kaleda would serve as the interim until appointment of a permanent health officer, and he's very well aware of that. Currently, when you look at what we're budgeting for a permanent health officer, even though we obviously had more coverage with Dr. Ortiz, the rate is in keeping with what most physicians would be getting per hour. So, I feel comfortable that, this is, a rate that is sustainable. And as I said, we do have this budgeted, but it will end once the board appoints a permanent health officer.
Thank you for that clarification. Right.
Madam Chairman, if you're ready, I'll move in favor of the staff recommendation.
I have a motion by Supervisor Hanfeld, a second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. Will the clerk please read item 21?
Reports.
I will start to my left with Ms. Carrillo.
Nothing to report.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Nothing to report.
No. Nothing to report.
There we go. As opposed to my colleagues who apparently have been on vacation for the last couple of weeks, I just...
Well, thank you. I have been.
Pardon? You have been. I want to report out Tuolumne County gets
Microphone. Microphone.
Mike's not on.
I guess you didn't have a report either.
Well, I did. I just was talking to the wind. I just want to report out that Tuolumne County gets big kudos from the Tree Mortality Task Force for their work and leading the way. I want to mention Jason Terry. He puts out this report. If you haven't seen his report, it's up to date on exactly what work's been done out there, and that's very well received. The state at least knows that something's happening in Tuolumne County, and it's a good report. It includes the Caltrans and PG&E work. And the important thing is I met with Saul Gomez early yesterday morning, and he promises me that the executive order will be signed in the next few days. It may already been signed. That'll approve that LTO D49 interchangeability, and that will solve a lot of problems in terms of contracting out. So once again, Tuolumne County leads the way in the state on an issue, and that's a good thing.
Mr. Pedro. Ms. Jamar. And I don't have a report.
Before we go, I would also like to mention that part of the reason that Tuolumne County leads the way in tree mortality is because Supervisor Hemvelt is very personally involved and works very hard at it, and I think the whole county owes him a debt of gratitude on that as well.
All right. Yes. With that, we will recess until our 11:30 appointment. All right, we are going to reconvene our meeting. Will the clerk please read our first 11:30 appointment?
Consideration of approving amendment number 1 to the agreement with BI Inc., DBA BI Correctional Services Inc. to amend the scope of work and continue to provide day reporting center and jail reentry program services.
Ms. Downey.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Linda Downey, Chair of the Community Corrections Partnership, CCP, and Chief Probation Officer. I have 2 items before you this morning. You will see either GEO or BI behavioral interventions mentioned in these matters. It is the same company as GEO has acquired BI. The first matter before you is the first amended BI contract. BI provides extensive programming for our AB 109 offenders, both probation through the Day Reporting Center and the jail through the Jail Reentry Program. The CCP was tasked with reducing costs to bring our expenses in line with our AB 109 revenue to work towards a balanced budget. With the help of GEO Reentry Services staff and management, we were able to reduce the contract amount from $522,000 to $391,483. However, this reduction will have a direct impact on the rehabilitative services that will be provided to our AB 109 offenders. These changes or reductions include reduction of staffing from 6.5 FTEs to 5, maximum day reporting center participants 45 down from 65, maximum jail reentry program participants 25 down from 30, the removal of the life skills component and cognitive behavioral therapy lab, and the elimination of the certified addiction counselor, resulting in the outpatient substance abuse treatment component being absorbed by case managers who are trained in the curriculum. It is recommended that your board approve the first amendment to the contract with BI to amend the scope of work and continue to provide day reporting center and jail reentry programs and services at a cost not to exceed $391,483.
Are there any board questions? Is there any public comment? I'm going to bring it back to the board.
I'll move on staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you. I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries
Geez,
5-0.
how hard was that?
Mhm. Will the clerk please read our second 11:30 appointment?
Consideration of accepting the fiscal year 17-18 Community Correction Partnership Plan update in accordance with Assembly Bill 1117.
The second item before you is a request for acceptance by your board of the Community Corrections Partnership Plan update for fiscal year 2017-2018. In the past, you have received plan update in the form of a memo to the board outlining the changes. The plan before you today consists of a review of last year's and then a look forward to fiscal year 17-18. I would like to thank the CCP for working with me on this report and providing data and information to be included in the report. Thank you, guys. In accordance with AB 109 and AB 117, the county created a Community Corrections Partnership, CCP, committee and developed a plan that will enable the county to meet the goals of public safety realignment. The CCP Executive Committee in Tuolumne County consists of 7 members, the Chief Probation Officer as the chair, the presiding judge of the Superior Court, the District Attorney, the Sheriff, the Public Defender, the Director of Behavioral Health, and the City of Sonora's Chief of Police. Present today are staff from the Sheriff's Office, Behavioral Health, the DA, Probation, and Jail Reentry Services. This year, the CCP took a very detailed look at all funded programs and services, their alignment with the original AB 109 statutes, fit with the other county programs and services, and overall sustainability. Given the fiscal climate and forecasted slightly lower revenue for AB 109 in fiscal year 17-18, the CCP board was tasked with reducing overall spending by over $200,000. Annual costs continue to rise faster than corresponding revenues, and funding continues to be inadequate to effectively achieve the mandates required of this population. In addition, the CCP made it a priority to establish a minimum reserve in the AB 109 Trust Fund and to bring annual spending in line with forecasted revenues to ensure program sustainability. It should be noted that even with the reductions, this year's budget will include a deficit of $113,085, which will be covered by the trust fund with the goal of no deficit spending within 2 fiscal years. Here to present a recap of fiscal year 16-17 and fiscal year 17-18 budget overview is our data collector, Shanna Relay, Staff Services Analyst, and Megan Bolderman, Probation Business Manager. Following the brief presentation, I would like to give CCP members an opportunity to provide any additional information they may like to share.
Like Linda said, I'm Shanna Relay, Analyst for the Probation Department. We're here to talk to you about AB 109 and the Community Corrections Partnership. Just a little bit of background. In 2011, Governor Jerry Brown signed the Post-Release Community Supervision Act, as we know as AB 109. Since its implementation, nonviolent, non-serious, and non-sex offenders serve their felony prison sentences locally. Penal Code Section 1230.1 was amended to create the Community Corrections Partnership. In 2011, the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors designated the Probation Department as the supervising agency for the Post-Release Community Supervision Program. The CCP is responsible for development and implementation of the local public safety realignment plan. Funds are to be spent on evidence-based practices, including but not limited to day reporting centers, drug and alcohol treatment, mental health treatment, electronic monitoring, victim restitution programs, counseling programs, community service programs, educational programs, and work training programs. A little bit about our AB 109 population. We have post-release community supervision offenders, we have mandatory supervision offenders, and we have state parole supervision offenders. Our PRCS offenders, those are offenders who were released back into the community after serving their state prison term, and they're now supervised by us. Previously, they were placed on a grant of state parole supervised by the Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Next, we have mandatory supervision offenders, and those offenders served their felony prison sentence locally instead of state prison. Typically, we see them have split sentences, which means they serve a portion of their term locally in our county jail and the remainder of their term to be supervised on mandatory supervision by the probation department. Next, we have the state parole supervision, and those are inmates paroled from life terms to include third strike offenders, offenders whose most recent commitment offense is violent or serious, as defined by the Penal Code. High-risk sex offenders and offenders must complete a treatment program in a state hospital. This graph demonstrates a one-day snapshot of our PRCS offenders, our mandatory supervision offenders, and our felony probation offenders. PRCS numbers remain pretty consistent with an average of 49 per year. This is because legislation has not really changed since the beginning of AB 109. The mandatory supervision numbers, those are increasing, and that's because we're seeing an increase of felony crimes that are not prison eligible. Our felony probation numbers, those are decreasing, and that's due to law changes that have created a more risk-based model of supervision. And an example would be the passage of Prop 47, where felonies are reduced to misdemeanors. Next, I'm going to talk about the high-risk supervision team, our work release program, community service program, and electronic monitoring program. The high-risk supervision team, they provide intensive supervision and rehabilitative services to our highest-risk offenders. Some notables, they had 802 field searches, 77 arrests, and they assisted in the apprehension of 5 high-profile offenders. Our work release program, it averages between 10 to 15 individuals per day. That is 3,425 days logged, 23,975 man-hours, 251,737 of labor performed, and 80% of that was labor performed for the county, and that's calculated at minimum wage. We logged 11,168 hours for community service. Our electronic monitoring program had 496 total enrollments, and that includes our GPS monitoring and our alcohol monitoring. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the Sheriff's Office and their AB 109 population and services. They had 49 AB 109 commitments, 24 1170H or mandatory supervision violations, 3 flash holds, 26 PRCS violations, 31 parole violations, and 52 inmates participated in the jail reentry program, and I'm going to talk about that program in the later slides. An in-custody snapshot, 33% of our AB 109 offenders participated in work crews, 30% participated in NA and AA programs, 45% participated in religious programming, 16% were working on their GED, 63% were involved in the jail reentry program. The jail inmate work crew, they recorded 77,000 man-hours without incident. 55 inmates were assigned. They had $91,000 in revenue, and they saved the county $45,000 in labor. And since the inception of the jail inmate work crew, The program has had 172 workers with a 79% success rate. Next, we have the Day Reporting Center, and this is a highly...
Define success for me.
For the jail inmate work crew?
Yeah, what does success mean?
Tammy is here and she can answer that.
You said you have a 79% success rate. What's success?
Hi, I'm Tamara McCaig. I'm the jail commander. With us, the success rate means that they have been able to sustain in the work crew program. They have not had any violations or behavior issues, and they've been able to complete their sentence on the work crew program.
Okay, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Next, we have the Day Reporting Center. This is a highly structured program for moderate to high-risk offenders to provide a high degree of evidence-based intensive treatment programs to help prevent future criminal behavior. The DRC program includes moral recognition groups, impulse control, individual CBT, substance abuse, and so on. This program averages between 45 to 50 individuals daily. They have an overall success rate of 43%, which I will explain later. And in the last 8 months, 21 PRCS offenders have successfully graduated the program. This graph shows the number of DRC discharges by year. In order to complete the program successfully, offenders must complete all programming, which is at least 210 days. Unsuccessful is classified as someone who did not complete the program for reasons such as non-compliance, maybe they absconded or they went to jail. Other is classified as someone who did not complete the program due to external reasons, and these include maybe they transferred probation, maybe they had a Prop 47 reduction and were no longer supervising them, they went to drug and alcohol treatment, or they maybe obtained a full-time employment. Next, we have the jail reentry program. And in 2013, we expanded the programming to offer evidence-based treatment to offenders while they're incarcerated. Individuals are either court-mandated or they can volunteer for the program. The overall goal is to prepare inmates for a successful reentry back into the community. The jail reentry program includes individual assessment and treatment planning, weekly cognitive behavioral therapy, life skills, etc. The jail reentry program has a 61% success rate. Next, we have the JRP discharges by year. This graph shows all that were successful, unsuccessful, and
Can
that
you
were
back up again? I got to have you explain that success thing again.
for the DRC program, or
JRP.
The JRP. So
you talk about successful reentry back into the community. What does that mean? You got them back in the community 1 day, 2 days, a year? What is it?
hopefully forever.
Why? But when you declare success, what point do you declare success?
And sorry, just to clarify, for the jail reentry program?
Yeah, that's the one you just said you had a 61%.
Well, just for the program itself, we hope that they complete all programming while they're incarcerated. Even after they're done, we hope to transfer their programming to the DRC and ultimately hope for them to be successful.
So 61% means you passed them on to the next program.
Yeah, so, 61% means that they completed the jail, the incarceration, or the in-custody programming. Their treatment. Not necessarily recidivism, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, I'm going to take over the remainder. I'm Megan Boldeman. I'm the probation business manager. The next portion is the district attorney's victim witness services. Realignment had a direct effect on the victims of the defendants that are serving their term locally or being released back to the community after serving their term. AB 109 in Tuolumne County through the CCP has funded a full-time victim witness advocate who is specially trained to provide information to victims about these changes and assist them throughout the life of their case and after. The victim witness advocate provides services to victims such as drunk driving, burglary, assault, car theft, and vandalism. In 1617, 387 new victims of crime were served by this advocate, and they were offered over 2,800 services to those victims.
Just a question.
Sure.
What determines the time limit that you're providing services to those victims? How long does that go? Is there a
I'm going to defer that question to Ginger, who I know is here and can answer that.
Okay.
Good morning. Ginger Martin, District Attorney Victim Witness Program Coordinator. It's actually as long as the client needs us. So even after a criminal case is ended, sometimes issues arise afterwards, and we will continue to assist them.
Okay, thank you.
Moving on to behavioral health. In 1617, behavioral health received funding for services to AB 109 specific clients. Those services could include residential rehabilitation services for substance abuse. It also included screenings for offenders for eligibility to county and state medical program services and SSI. They also worked hard to reduce the amount of time between when an AB 109 client first was assessed by behavioral health to the first day of actual service. As you can see in the slide, over the last few years, that gap in time went from 57 days to just 3 days, which is really great for AB 109 clients. In addition, behavioral health provides emergency prescription medication refills to AB 109 clients. The next component of the plan is the pretrial piece. The jail has a capacity of 147 inmates. Currently, 60 to 75% of those inmates occupy pretrial. In the process of developing a formalized pretrial release program pursuant to Penal Code Section 1203.018, a pretrial committee was formed and meets regularly to address the issues regarding the implementation of the program. As of now, there is an informal process being utilized. The committee is in the final stages of selecting a pretrial risk assessment tool, which will be used to determine what inmates are able to be released on a pretrial status. The goal of releasing pretrial inmates is to ensure the following: the safety of the community, that the released person appears for court hearings, protect the presumption of innocence, and maximize the number of jail beds for sentenced inmates. And finally, the budget piece. Just to give a little information, in fiscal year 16-17, we received $2.26 million in AB 109 revenue. We expended approximately $2.1 million, and we had anticipated receiving $1.95 million. So we actually received more than what was forecasted by the state, and that's due to growth money being higher than they had anticipated as well. Going into fiscal year 17-18, the CCP has approved an operating budget of $1,963,085. That was by a unanimous vote. The anticipated allocation for 17-18 is $1.85 million. Again, that's a forecasted revenue number. We won't actually know that number closer till around mid-year. We have to see kind of how the growth allocations come in. This would require a draw of $113,085 from the AB 109 Trust Fund, which currently has a balance of just about $1 million. The changes to the fiscal year 17-18 CCP budget are detailed in your plan, but some of the major changes are below. The overall operating budget had to be reduced by nearly $200,000 to account for increased expenses and lower forecasted revenues. A minimum reserve of $400,000 was established for this AB 109 Trust Fund. Any spending that reduces reserves after the annual CCP plan is enacted requires a CCP Executive Committee vote and approval. The GEO reentry/BI contract was amended to reduce the overall funded amount from $522,000 to $391,000. Reduction of the electronic monitoring expenses from $150,000 to $75,000 was a result of much higher collection rates. I want to stop there for a second and just thank the Office of Revenue Recovery. They have assisted us greatly in increasing this collection rate. Without their assistance and the assistance of our probation officers, we would not have been able to save that money and be able to expend it elsewhere. Reduction of the sheriff's inmate work crew supply expenses from $72,500 to $43,500, with the goal of further reducing expenses through continued revenue-generating contract work. Reduction of part-time relief salaries due to changes in retired annuitant usage, as well as the reduction in overall program hours offered through the probation work release program. An addition of $7,000 for the district attorney's office to offset the time spent on AB 109 specific court proceedings. The reduction of behavioral health allocation from $35,000 to $15,000 due to lower than anticipated actuals in past plan years, with the understanding that any further funding needs could be brought to the CCP during the year for further consideration. And finally, all FTE positions that were funded in 16-17 are fully funded in 17-18. So the number of positions funded by AB 109 has not changed. And that completes our presentation. We're happy to answer any questions.
Supervisor Gray.
Just a couple. We have budget reduction. What effects will the reductions have on the program? Do you foresee any?
Specifically for the BI contract reduction, that is reducing the services offered to clients. It is mostly reducing the number of clients that can be seen at any given day, the average daily population. What we found is the DRC was typically running slightly under what our maximum could be, so we don't foresee it being a huge waiting list issue or something like that. What it's really going to do is BI is going to have to target the highest risk, highest needs clients into the services first.
Okay. And the second question is, all counties have programs. How does our program compare to the ones in other counties? What's your opinion of our program?
In terms of the data analysis we've done in the statistics, specifically the BI programs in our jail and in our DRC, our program is one of the leading in the state, and BI can speak to that. They are here. But we consistently have some of the highest attendance rates, participation rates, and that's something. These are people that are buying into the program, getting the services, continuing their education, getting employment. In terms of our high-risk supervision team, it's very successful in the community. There's a lot of components to our overall plan, so I think we could all talk about it for a couple hours if you let us.
Okay, but it's good to know that we're up there with the best. That's the point I wanted to try to get out. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's good to know. I want to have a follow-up to that, just because it's been talked about so much here in the last couple of months with homelessness and the belief by a number of individuals that AB 109 is contributing to homelessness. And I know these programs, we talk about reentry back into the community. Do you have a sense of, is there any way for us to track that, or do we have a sense of is AB 109 contributing to the homeless population?
At least for the DRC program, we do track individuals that started the program homeless, and we even consider couch surfing to be homeless.
Yes.
And then their status when they're discharged from the program. So I don't have those numbers in front of me right this minute, but I can absolutely get those for you.
I would like it if
you
could share that with me, please.
Yeah.
And then I guess the other one would be the jail reentry program. Do we have any statistics on that, on the success, or do we follow these individuals beyond to know if they're contributing?
Typically, the jail reentry program clients end up being DRC clients as well.
Okay.
So we do track them globally, but also specifically. So if there's specific numbers you want, we can absolutely do our best to get them to you.
Okay, so I'll chat with you after. Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, I can, just from travels that I do in the community, not our community, but the community corrections community, I can attest to the fact that we have one of the best in the state, and I wanted to congratulate all the community correction partners for, one, having put that together, but two, to continually working to improve it. And not that there aren't some areas that we can improve on, but I really think it's important that the people, our residents, our constituents know that this really is one of the top programs in the state. We didn't necessarily ask for AB 109. A lot of us were opposed to it. But Tuolumne County, I'm convinced, is dealing with it as well as certainly we can, and as better than most, and as well as anybody in the state. So, thank everybody in the program for that. I do want to encourage you. I think one of the areas that we can continue to improve upon that's very, very important, and I was glad you had it in your pretrial part of it, but is that pretrial risk assessment program. I think that's really, really critical. If I get a majority of my complaints in any one area, it's probably in that area. Most of them are unwarranted. I'll say that up front, but there probably are a few that aren't. But the reduction in the loading on our jail, if nothing else, if we can figure out a way to get those people into a monitored program, not necessarily incarcerated, so that they do get to court. We don't want to lose them, but obviously we have very limited jail capacity, and anything we can do to relieve that would help. And that will get rid of some of the complaints as well. So I highly recommend that you pursue that as you are, and see what we can do to do better in that area. But I can't say enough about the cooperation, and I think it's the team in Tuolumne County that makes us better than most. Very, very cooperative, very supportive, and you can see it by the representation in the room that are here behind this briefing. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Hanfeld.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Obviously, I'm a success-oriented guy. Well, I mean, you've got to have some goal ultimately, and I want to echo the comment that Supervisor Rover made. I really think the team effort here paid off. I mean, I know we got ahead of the game, or tried to get ahead of the game anyway early, but ultimately, our goal has to be taking any of these individuals and making them productive citizens in our community. And how are you measuring that? Or are you measuring that?
We do keep track of, as I mentioned earlier, the homeless. We track that. But another measure that we track is, okay, did they have employment when they started? Did they attain that later? We track their school. Did they get a GED? We do have offenders that end up going back to school. They either get their GED, they enroll in college programs. So we do have stats like that we do track, and I can get those for you too.
Well, I'm just curious, because that is a good measure of how shall we say, re-assimilated them
right.
back
and
into the mainstream.
We don't necessarily...
And that's really got to be the goal.
Right.
So I good presentation. I'm very interested in seeing how this continues and success. And I guess one of my questions would be, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to.
I ask.
But the question really comes up: what do you think's most effective? What do you think's least effective? And how do you build on those or adjust those?
And just to, I guess, address that question, the CCP every year starts meeting very early, much earlier than even the county budget process, to ask those questions. Every year, it's not a given that your program is necessarily going to continue getting funded the next year. You have to do a write-up. You have to ask for the funding again. You need to provide statistics about the need for the funding. And then the CCP Executive Committee meets as a whole continuously to go over those funding requests and determine, hey, is what we're doing working here? Is it worth the money? Or should this new program that's being proposed maybe get a chunk of that instead? And there have been programs that we've discontinued because they weren't shown to be effective. And as the money gets tighter and tighter and the expenses increase, that analysis is getting more in depth every year.
So who makes those decisions at the state level?
The money?
Yeah, the money.
It's a very complicated equation of how the realignment money is allocated. There's an overall set pool of AB 109 money, and it's an equation of the county's population of offenders that meet the PRCS or 1178 classifications, overall crime rates, and a few other factors, and that's your main money that's allocated as a percentage out of the pool. Then there's a whole separate pot of money that's the growth money, and that's a percentage of the overall county population. Again, some of those other factors, and that's from the growth pool, and we get portions from all of that.
They don't allocate money based on your success?
No.
Okay, enough questions.
Apparently, you're the only success-oriented guy in the state.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I can comment. I'm just smiling because, you've hit on, a lot of the board members have hit on some points here, is that this is a continually improving process that these folks are going through. I really want to give kudos to the new chief with the team, because this is a much better format of a report. It's getting to outcome measures, so you can ask those questions, and they have something to compare against in a way we didn't have before. It's just taking it and moving it up and making it better. Something else that wasn't highlighted was in what Linda had said is they've also, through this year's process, they're arresting the dependence on the buildup in the trust fund because that was unsustainable. Remember, we talked to you guys want to make sure things are sustainable. Well, this group, the CCP, is getting a hold of that, and they're reducing their dependence on that trust fund and making those hard decisions and bringing it into something that will be sustainable. I think is 1 more year, and then the target is 2 more years. Well, I'm counting this year. So 2 years, and they'll have this thing in a sustainable level. That's really important because what they were doing was unsustainable. I have to comment, it's just unplanned, but I got something really unusual today. I'm going to end this on a high note, at least some comment. But I got a letter, I got inmate mail today. I've never had that before. And I'm going to relate this to the sheriff's slide where it said in custody snapshot and what these offenders do. And there's, I don't know if this is in the 30% who participated in NAAA, that's Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous, or if it's in a religious programming. It's someone who is engaged in the jail in their Celebrate Recovery program, which is dealing with different hurts and hang-ups and addictions. And so maybe just we'll take one life that there may have been a change. I've never gotten a letter like this before, just saw it today. To Craig Pedro and staff, I hope this letter finds you in the best of health and care. I'm writing this letter as part of Step 9 in the Celebrate Recovery program. We may direct amends to such people whenever possible, except when to do so injure them or others. I apologize for victimizing and committing crimes in your county and our society. I've always held resentments towards authority figures until God put it in my heart, Romans 13:1-7. I now understand that my beliefs and attitudes towards authorities were wrong. I would like to say sorry to our society as well. The only way I know how to do that is to never take from society again, but to give back to society and be part of society and not the problem. I've been working really hard to renew my mind, and I ask that you forgive me for my past mistakes. I truly feel good about my new life and will always be part of recovery. I would also like to say thank you for your service to the county of Tuolumne. I respect and honor your position. God bless you, and thank you for reading my amends. And I don't think he meant me to read it right here and now, but I take that as encouragement. It's one life at a time, and this is something we're doing in the jail, and it's clearly made a difference in this individual's life, so way to go.
I think such a letter deserves a response and some encouragement.
I would agree with
Absolutely.
that. That's exactly what
I was thinking you'd go visiting the individual.
And appreciate you sharing that. I'd like to ask at this time if there's any public comment.
Well, I had talked about this presentation and heard it was coming up, and kind of along with what you said, I wanted Dan to speak because he came to a group and he was just so eloquent about the benefits that people in our county have derived from AB 109 and Prop 47 and some of that. And we never hear about that. We just hear about all the stuff, but he was just amazing, and I wanted him to do a presentation for you. I mean, this is really nice, but this is a lot of numbers and it's kind of dry, and it was nice to know that 60 to 75% of our jail is occupied by pretrial inmates, which means 25 to 40% of convicted people are running around our community now. So that was good to know. But I would like to hear something more personal and hear his stories of the people that started out getting the tent at the Red Church and were homeless and now own a home and have a job, because he was just amazing. You can pay me later.
I would invite you up to share a few words with us.
Good afternoon, good afternoon, members of the board and Madam Chair. Dan Hawks, Assistant Chief Probation Officer. And I wasn't planning to come up here. I was just planning to be available in case there were any questions or issues. And I am available for public outreach if anybody does have any requests. We're always happy to go out and share what's happening with our department, and I do give kudos to Chief Downey and the whole team, really, because it is a team effort that happens. Just before coming to the meeting today, we had the local state parole officer in our department. We had all of the members of the Tuolumne Narcotics Task Force in there with our high-risk supervision team, and that level of cooperation and collaboration within law enforcement, all the information and intel we have, all the information and intel that the state parole has, we really didn't see that before. I mean, there's some great things happening with our plan. There's, we really are big on the enforcement aspect as well, maintaining compliance, making sure offenders are cooperating with all of the terms and conditions of supervision, which is a huge part of it. And, you could expect to see a lot higher failure rates, more reincarceration rates, because we do hold them so accountable. But that's not what you see. We try to give them every opportunity to get into the programming and stay on top of them if they aren't complying with the programming. We have a great DRC program. We work very closely with BI, GEO, and it's just, we're hitting on all cylinders. And it's a good program, and it's not just any one person. But I appreciate the comments. I've been, working behind the scenes with AB 109 since before AB 109 was in effect, and it's a work in progress, and it's always evolving. And anyways,
so I really appreciate that, and
Thank
I had an ulterior motive for asking you to come up, and it was you shared the message that I was looking for, because unfortunately there is some misinformation in our community, and there are some perceptions that I don't believe are factual, and our community is better served with factual information. And so I really appreciate the offer that you just made, and if a service group or someone was interested in contacting you and having you speak, how would they do that?
they could just call me directly at the probation department, ask for Dan Hawks, assistant chief, or ask for Linda Downey, chief probation officer, and she's the one who will send me out if asked. So
that's enough. That's perfect. But thank you very much for
thank you. Appreciate
getting directly to it.
Thank you.
All right. With that, is there any other public comment? Okay, then I'd bring this back to the board for an action.
Move to approve the report.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much to
Well
the
done,
entire team. Very well done. All right. Will the clerk please read our 12 p.m. closed session appointment?
This is a closed session, Public Employee Performance Evaluation Authority Government Code Section 54957B1. Title is Community Resources Agency Director.
Do we anticipate reporting anything out? We do not. We will stand adjourned until 1:30.
Public comment.
Is there any public comment? Thank you. Board, this is important. I want us to hear this public comment first.
Yes, I came here just for this today. So I want to say, as someone who goes to pretty much every single planning committee or commission, and some of you know that I haven't been really happy with them, but I have been so impressed with the energy that he has brought at least what I see at the Planning Commission and what I see here. I saw a lot of hinky and stinky, and I don't see hinky and stinky anymore, and he's been very committed to being very open and transparent. And I really like in the Planning Commission meetings that the personal planner comes and does a PowerPoint presentation, which goes over the mission and the vision and the options and explains everything. And so I think if people come, they can actually learn about planning issues and how they work, and how I don't like it, I don't want it isn't a very good response. So I just think he's fabulous.
Thank you.
But I didn't get a brown.
Is there any other public comment? Seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session. We have our first item.
You're on your own.
1:31, and we will reconvene in open session after our 12 p.m. closed session. We have nothing to report out. Would the clerk please read our first 1:30 appointment?
This is a public hearing to consider Fogarty consideration of resolution to enlarge an agricultural preserve, a special ordinance amending section 1706.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, and an application to execute a new Williams-Enact land conservation contract.
Staff report.
Good afternoon. I am here to present the Fogarty project. Here are the vision, mission, and value policies of Tuolumne County, which we utilize to process every project application received by the Community Resources Agency. An application was received from William and Bonnie Fogarty to place their 65-acre parcel into a new Williams-Enact land conservation contract. Since this parcel is not within an agricultural preserve, the project also includes an agricultural preserve alteration to enlarge agricultural preserve 71-5 and a zone change to add the AP, which stands for Agricultural Preserve Combining, zoning district to the project site. This parcel is located approximately 3.1 miles west of the intersection of LaGrange Road and Don Pedro Road. It is to the west of the Lake Don Pedro Unit 1 subdivision. The current zoning is AE 37, exclusive agricultural 37-acre minimum, and the general plan land use designation is agricultural or ag. The arrow is pointing at the 65-acre parcel's location. The smaller parcels to the far east are in the Lake Don Pedro Unit 2 subdivision. Stanislaus County is to the west of the project site. The state's Williams-Enact Land Conservation Program began in 1965 to help farmers preserve agricultural land. In exchange for entering into a 10-year Williams-Enact contract, the property owner receives a tax reduction on the property. The contract remains on the property until a notice of non-renewal is served for it to come out of the Williams-Enact program. Resolution 10604 is utilized by Tuolumne County to enforce the state's Williams-Enact program. Rule 4A1C states that any commercial agricultural operation must be existing at the time a new contract is recommended for approval by the Agricultural Advisory Committee. The minimum size for a dryland grazing operation is 160 acres. However, the 65-acre site is a portion of a larger ranch that extends into Stanislaus County. Livestock is grazed on the entire ranch. The Stanislaus portion of the ranch is also in the Williams-Enact program. The Williamson Act Land Conservation Program requires that all property that's entered into a contract also be placed into an agricultural preserve. The minimum size of an agricultural preserve is 100 acres. The property owner's request for a new Williamson Act contract requires that the agricultural preserve alteration of a nearby ag preserve, which is Ag Preserve 71-5, and that is the closest one to the site. The area shown in blue is Agriculture Preserve 71-5, which currently consists of 762 acres. The Agriculture Preserve would be enlarged to encompass the 65-acre project site. Rule 4B2 of Resolution 10604 requires that a property entering into a new contract have a zone change to become AE 37AP, which is exclusive agricultural 37-acre minimum agricultural preserve combining. The AP combining district also aids planners with quickly identifying properties in the Williamson Act program. The project was considered by the Agriculture Advisory Committee at its meeting on June 15, 2017. At that meeting, the committee unanimously recommended approval of the 65-acre parcel entering into a new Williamson Act land conservation contract. The project was heard by the Tuolumne County Planning Commission on August 2, 2017. The commission unanimously recommended approval of the Agriculture Preserve enlargement, the zone change, the new Williamson Act contract, and also the agricultural management plan. Any questions?
Are there any board questions? All right. This is a public hearing, so we will open it at 1:36. And I would ask if there is anyone that would like to speak in favor of this project.
Hello, I'm William Fogarty. My wife Bonnie Fogarty. We're the applicants, and we're basically the piece of ground that is, you can't tell where the difference between Stanislaus County and Tuolumne County, and Stanislaus is in a preserve, ag preserve right now, and so we just want to unify our ranch into one parcel, and we're surrounded by ag preserve anyway, and so we think it would help us in the future to have it all under one thing. It'll also help us be a viable agricultural property. Any questions?
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in favor of the project? Seeing none, is there anyone that would like to speak in opposition to the project? Is there anyone that would like to speak neutrally to the project? All right. We will close the public hearing at 1:37 and bring it back to the board.
Madam Chair, this is a project that really seems to make sense, and I'd be happy to move that we approve the agricultural preserve alterations AP 17-001 based upon findings A through D. Also move to approve zone change RZ 17-002 based on findings A through E. Would also move to execute a land conservation contract WA 17-001 under Resolution 106-4 based on findings A, B, C, and D, and also move to approve the agricultural management plan A through E, and I believe that's it.
Second.
All right. I have a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you very much. All right. Will the clerk please read our second 1:30 appointment?
Okay, this is a joint meeting with the Tuolumne County Marijuana Working Group and the Board of Supervisors. And the item is presentation by SCI Consulting Group and consideration of providing staff and the Marijuana Working Group direction on the Marijuana Working Group plan in relation to commercial marijuana activities.
Thank you, and I'd invite the two members of the working group that are here up, please.
All right.
Probably abandoned us.
Before we have the staff report, I just really want to emphasize a couple of pieces that were in the agenda item. This is specifically, the working group has been asked repeatedly, and the board has also been asking about where commercial activities will be falling under the purview, or when the working group will be taking that up. So this discussion today is really about the concept of commercial cannabis in Tuolumne County. This is not a conversation about merging the recreational marijuana and the medical marijuana piece. And so I just want to advise everyone in the audience that we want to hear from you, but I would ask that you stick to the agenda item, which is the idea of the working group exploring commercial cannabis and what that would mean. So with that, staff report.
On that same note, Madam Chair, we will be bringing the other item you just spoke about back to the board for direction and decision points at a later date and time.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Chair, David Gonzalez, I'm your Community Resource Agency Director. Our department has been tasked, along with the council, County Council's office and CAO's office, to work through this issue of cannabis or marijuana. The item before you today is to bring a presentation of facts and information to the entire group, both the medical marijuana working group and the board as a whole, to allow both of you here the same exact information, to allow input and public discussion about that, and hopefully by the end of today is have direction for the working group. If it is going to change, hopefully that will come out of this meeting today. That is the sole purpose that I have for that, and to try to hopefully to provide expertise from an outside group on processes and ideas for funding sources, pitfalls, enforcement, and all those types of things that we are not experts at, that hopefully we can provide that information. And if we don't hit the mark, we will come back with that information at a later date and time. I did notice that we brought handouts and informations about this, and it did run out at the back of the room. There are more copies for the public at the back of the room. As you walk in the door, there's at least 50 more copies back there now, thanks to the County Council's office to help us with that. So, again, I've got a team here of Dan Van Essen. He's here to help. He's one of our planners in my department. Quincy Yaley's here from my department. Doug Oliver's here from our department. We've got the consultants, which I'll introduce Neil and his group and allow them to go forward with the presentation after this. And we've got Carlin Drivdahl, who is also involved in this, along with Sarah as well. So we have the whole team here, hopefully ready to answer. Stand by to serve you as you need so we can get this project moving forward. The memo covered the background of this item, and I believe we've covered that more than once. So unless we need to recover the background of how we've got here, I will skip that and we'll move forward. What we are here to deal with is the results of the state legalizing marijuana, the decision points on the new license types that are being issued and ready to be moved forward at the state level, the state's regulatory process, which is not finalized yet, and how that works out here. They are supposed to be bringing those draft items for regulatory consideration here soon. And to touch upon on what the board visions for our county is for possible commercialization and sales of it. So what I will do at this point in time, unless we have any questions, is allow the consultant to bring this PowerPoint informational item to you. Everybody should have a handout. If you don't, I will provide one. And I believe that will start the discussions, and we can move forward from there. Is that acceptable?
Thank you.
Okay. Neil?
Thank you very much, David. Members of the board, general public, I'm Neil Hall with SCI Consulting Group. I'm here with Valerie Flores, also from SCI Consulting Group, and we appreciate you inviting us to be a part of this meeting. We're currently working with with 2 other counties and about a dozen other cities on implementation, different phases of implementation of cannabis here in the state of California. So what we've done is prepared a PowerPoint that we hope takes you through kind of the beginning of the process, not the process itself, but the history of cannabis, and then kind of through the implementation processes that we see in other areas. And while I like to consider myself an expert in this area, this is an area that there is no true expert in. We are kind of forging ahead with this as a nation, really. We're one of the 8 states, along with the District of Columbia, that have legalized recreational cannabis, and one of 29 states that have legalized medical cannabis. Nobody has done this. To the best of my knowledge, the only country in the world that has legalized cannabis is Uruguay, and they're in the very infancy stages. I've been to different commercial cannabis operations, of course, here in California, in Oregon, Washington, and up in Canada, and tried to learn as much as I can. But I come here just as humbly as anybody else. I, have experience with other jurisdictions and some of the experiences and problems they've had. But again, this is not something that there's a blueprint for. We don't have the EPA or the FDA or any federal agency helping us with this. We're moving ahead with it ourselves. So that said, please feel free to interrupt me as I go through this. And if you get bored with these slides, just tell me. I can move through them very quickly. And hopefully I can share the information that will be useful to you as we go through this presentation. So SCI Consulting Group, started as a public finance firm. We worked with different cities, counties, and special districts throughout the state, helping them with different revenue measures. About 3 years ago, some of the clients started asking the owners of the company about cannabis and what they thought it was all about. They hired me to start studying that, and that has brought us to where we are today. So in 1937, you had the beginning of the cannabis regulation and legalization. It was approved and prescribed by doctors here in the United States. In 1937, the Marijuana Stamp Tax Act was put into place, and that is how they spelled marijuana back then. I know it's got an H in it. Somebody always tells me afterwards we misspelled it, but that is actually the correct title of the act. Harry Anslinger, who was a deputy commissioner during Prohibition for the Bureau of Alcohol, was without a job when Prohibition ended in 1930, and he was appointed the commissioner of the Bureau of Narcotics Regulation. And Harry was looking around for some things, to kind of get his area built up. And at the same time, you had a lot of the immigrants fleeing from Mexico as a result of the Mexican Civil War that was going on, bringing marijuana up with them. And they were not very popular at the time, and Harry saw this as one of the things that they could regulate as well and added it to that list. The ban was opposed by the American Medical Association, but it was passed in Congress anyway. We started to get more federal regulation and intervention in the 1950s. You can see the two different federal, the Boggs Act and the Narcotics Control Act of 1956. And then in 1970, it was made a Schedule I drug. Part of that was a result of Timothy Leary coming across the border and being arrested for possession of cannabis without paying the Stamp Tax Act. He said that violated his rights under the Fifth Amendment, and the Supreme Court agreed with him. So it was put into the CSA, or the Controlled Substances Act, to circumvent that argument. Really, where we start today federally, the reason that we're here and able to do this at all is because of the Cole Memo. Deputy Attorney General James Cole in 2013 issued 8 different criteria that were pretty robust regulations that states would need to have for medical marijuana in order for the federal government not to get involved. Rohrabacher Farr, Sam Farr, and Dana Rohrabacher, two. One is a Republican out of Orange County. The other, Sam Farr, is now retired, I believe, from Monterey. Defunded the Department of Justice and the DEA so that they could not go in to states that had rules and regulations and interfere with them. That was recently used in a court case, by the way. And it is set to expire right now in September, but is anticipated that it will once again pass. We'll see. Nobody knows for sure. I won't go into the reaffirmation. As I said, 29 states legalize medical marijuana right now, and you have 8 states, including California, 4 of them this year. Arizona narrowly defeated it. We expect that we'll probably be surrounded by other states with recreational marijuana after the next election. Looks like that will probably happen. And Washington, D.C. as well. Oddly enough, the place where our Congress resides, it's legal to have recreational cannabis. You can't buy or sell it, but you can possess and ingest it. So here in California, as most of you know, Prop 215 in 1996, so 21 years ago, legalized medical marijuana. And this came out of San Francisco, actually, where the AIDS epidemic was going, and they were finding that stimulating appetites happened when people ingested marijuana. The Congress declined to act on it, and so Proposition 215 was a proposition of the citizens of the state of California, and as is typical with many citizen-driven initiatives, was not real thoroughly written. So we had in 2003 and then funded in 2004 the MMP, the Medical Marijuana Program, that further refined it, and it took until 2015, and although we're sorry that it took so long, we do believe that the original medical marijuana regulations that the state came up with in 2015 were pretty good. They have a good regulatory framework to start with. And then, of course, in 2016, we had Prop 64, which the citizens voted on. I believe, in fact, I know that Tuolumne County also voted in favor of Prop 64. And then the governor submitted, there were some differences between medical and recreational activities and license types. The governor sought to codify those and solidify them under one ordinance and submitted a trailer bill that was then approved by the state legislature as SB 94, Senate Bill 94. And that is the latest, as David said. We do expect the state, there are 3 regulatory agencies that we'll cover later that are responsible for commercial cannabis activities. They all drafted their own regulations. SB 94 is a very thorough umbrella that does a lot of the regulatory stuff, but the Department of Public Health, what's called now the Bureau of Cannabis Control under Consumer Affairs, and the California Department of Food and Agriculture are tasked with the different licensing types and the different specific regulations to implement all of SB 94. So those regulations came out before SB 94, and they were open for public opinion. When SB 94 passed, it changed the license types. All of those entities withdrew their proposed regulations, and they're now planning on issuing emergency regulations that will not require public input, or if there is public input, will be very brief, and they have an opportunity to extend that as well. But we will see, most likely in talking with some of the people that are actually working on those regulations, most of what they had already proposed is likely to continue to be in there, with the exceptions that relate to SB 94 and with the results of the public input they took. So when we see those, they have said that they'll be in the fall. They'll be releasing some detailed status of the regulations included in SB 94, that there will be even further clarification at that point. So as I said, we create SB 94, which is also called MACRSA. It's the Medical and Adult Use of Cannabis Regulations and Safety Act. Creates the Bureau of Cannabis Control within the Department of Consumer Affairs. It allows vertical integration of nearly everything but testing. It eliminates a transportation license and combines it into different categories. It does allow for certain events at county fairs and agricultural events to include on-site consumption. Every time I say that, I watch jaws drop. I'm expecting to see that here as well. We have not seen any counties that are going to allow that. We think that this whole idea of on-site consumption is going to be off in the future in any jurisdiction. We see two cities we know of that have it are Oakland and San Francisco. Yes, sir.
Question to your knowledge at this point, does that allow for splitting out of on-site sale and on-site consumption? In other words, could you permit one and not the other?
Yes.
Okay.
It also provides a limited CEQA exception if you're moving forward with your ordinance. You have an extra year to do it if you need it for counties and cities, but you will have to eventually, deal with the CEQA. In most jurisdictions that we look at, it is exempt from CEQA. So these are what we call the big three of commercial cannabis industry. These are typically your revenue-generating activities. That's retail sales, cultivation, and manufacturing. And just so you know, we are in manufacturing facilities doing monitoring and compliance now. We're seeing within these different facilities different activities taking place. A lot of them are going to be addressed in the regulations, but there is quite a bit to know. I understand that a couple of you have been to some commercial operations up in Oregon. Hopefully you had a chance to see some of what is going on in the industry currently. With the amount of money involved in this industry, number one, it would be naive of me to believe that the state will not want to be involved. They've obviously got the 15% tax and the 9.25 and 275 tax on cultivation. But with the big revenue, you're seeing professional business people come in and start to move into these areas. The other two license types are testing and distribution. And distribution was envisioned a bit differently. We might have included that as kind of a quasi-revenue-generating category prior to this. But with the new SB 94 regulations, we believe these are going to be primarily transporters. A lot of folks that are in the commercial industry themselves, either as cultivators or manufacturers or retailers, will probably also take out a distribution license, because one of the issues that we see and you saw in the state of Nevada as they legalized was a supply chain problem. Distribution is a key to that. You need to get product from Tuolumne County to the ultimate marketplace, wherever that might be. And testing is going to be required for both medical and recreational. Under the current SB 94 guidelines, you have to have a separate license, and I know you're not considering recreational. I'm bringing this up only because it's in the regulations, but that you must have a separate license for recreational from medical, except with testing, because the testing will be on both recreational medical products. There is no reason, and I would agree with the legislature, that it should be tested for everybody that's going to consume it. Ingestion methods, of course, you're all familiar with the smoking. We threw Cheech and Chong in there to hopefully lighten this up a little bit. Today, you have people using cannabis in ways that you don't even know is happening. You see the picture of the vaping pen on the top right. It's happening all over. You don't even realize when people are ingesting cannabis these days because it is so innocuous. A vaporizer heats it up to just below the combustion temperature of 395 degrees roughly, and so you don't have the smoke or the odor. What you have is a steam-type vapor that just fades. People are using them in movie theaters, and you really don't know that they're actually consuming. We also see a lot of work going on with manufactured products. That's a picture of a concentrate down below. It's a type of honey oil that is derived from the plant using an extraction process that's typically used with soy oil or with lavender, rosemary type of plant extracts. Only they're doing it with cannabis. And we believe that, again, with all the money in this industry and with the legalization, we will see this be dynamic over the next 5 to 10 years. No matter what happens now, it's going to evolve as time goes on, and we're seeing it happen very quickly. There are tinctures, there are ingestible oils, there are edibles, there are drinks. One of the keys in the state regulations is that, it must not be attractive to children, and I think they're going to have to be very careful how they define that. These are topicals. And again, if this gets boring to you, just tell me. I'll zip through them. This is the Harborside Dispensary, probably one of the biggest dispensaries in the United States. It's located in Oakland, California. It looks like a typical building. When you go into this, I've been to Harborside before. We've had a tour of the facility, and you're greeted outside by 12 uniformed security people that check to make sure that you have actually a legitimate business there before you go into the dispensary. And because it was one of the first ones and one of the ones that has been involved in lawsuits with the Justice Department until they dropped it about 2 years ago, they've been very careful about how they run that operation. This is the inside of Harborside. Looks just like a bank or anything else you might see. You probably saw similar things on a smaller scale up in Oregon. The dispensaries I saw were pretty well run up there. This is what cultivation looks like in some cases. In other cases, and you see a wide variety of cultivation. This is indoor cultivation, obviously. In a lot of them, you see either the lights or the plants themselves on a system that brings them farther or closer to the plants. We do workshops. One of our, we have guest speakers at it. One of them was a big cultivator in Desert Hot Springs. They have a new crop every 10 days. So that's how quickly they can move this plant. This is another picture. What she's looking at, they're called buds or colas. The top part of the plant is highest in the THC components. The lower leaves are called sugar leaves. They do a lot of the extract derivation from those leaves as well as from the colas. But the upper parts are the parts that are highest in the psychoactive ingredient called THC. This is a picture of a concentrate manufacturing plant. This is an interesting one because I will tell you that the manufacturing plants we're in, they don't have to be nearly the size. You can have a fully operational manufacturing plant in less than 3,000 square feet. The equipment for the extraction does not take a lot of space. It's a very condensed size equipment. This is an example of the equipment. And it's not, the extraction process got a lot of notoriety in the very beginning when people were doing it at home with PVC pipes and butane. Now it's required to be engineered in these commercial facilities, and it has to be, maintained just like you would any other type of extraction equipment, so that it is not volatile.
Be required. Who's the agency that deals with that?
This is the Department of Public Health. Manufacturing is the DPH.
The State Department of Public Health.
Yes. Exactly. This is again a picture of a cannabis plant. So this is my partner in this, John Bliss, has come up with this because he thinks it's easy to remember. In the Bay Area, 420 is known, and it's kind of gotten some nationwide reputation because there were some students that used to say, let's meet at 420 in San Rafael High School, and they would go out and smoke, and somehow that caught on. We use 526 because there are 5 different license types. There's medical and non-medical, and there are 6 steps to our implementation process. So we just tried to make something that would stick in people's minds as you move forward with your process. These are the 5 license categories along with the entities that are responsible for them.
Question?
Yes, sorry.
You mentioned earlier that there's vertical integration on 1 through 4, but not 5 on those licensing.
Testing is not, yes, you're not allowed to have any other type of license if you have a testing license. Otherwise, you can hold the other license types. There are some limitations on large cultivation, but large cultivation we'll get into in just a second. There's a Type 5 cultivation license that won't be available until 2023, and they do have some prohibitions on the other commercial activities they can undertake. But otherwise, your cultivators under that size can have other license types as well.
And the testing organization is an organization, a private company that has been licensed by the State Department of Health?
That is exactly right. They have to meet what's called International Standards Organization threshold 17025 by the state in order to be licensed as a testing facility. We've toured, I've been to 6 of them here in the state so far, and all of them are very, very tightly run. These are top people that actually have backgrounds and doctorates from places like UC Davis and UC San Diego in testing in general and have gone into the cannabis testing area. This is an example of the cultivation licenses that are available. As you can see, the Type 5 in the very bottom is not available till 2023. You have the specialty size You have the small size and then the medium size, and then you have a nursery, which may not have mature plants.
Can you define what those are? What is small, medium, and large?
In general, up to 5,000 feet is specialty. Small is up to 10,000 square feet, and medium is up to 22,000 square feet. I'm giving you indoor license, indoor sizes. The outdoor sizes are slightly higher. You can have 50 contiguous or non-contiguous plants outdoors. But in general, up to 5,000 square feet is the specialty, the smallest size. Up to 10,000 square feet is the medium, or is the small size, and the medium size is up to 22,000 square feet. And that is, and I want to be clear about this, that is canopy size. And the state did define canopy size differently than cultivation size, and it's an important distinction for everybody to know. Canopy size is the actual size of the plants. A cultivator, and we probably have some here in the audience today, will tell you that cultivation includes propagation areas, an area for the mother plant. In other words, when they're harvesting every 10 days, they have up to 22,000 square feet in that medium size in the flowering stage, and they have another 5 to 22,000 square feet in a propagation area that is ready to move into that flowering area at the time that those flowering plants are harvested. They also have to trim and they have to cure those plants, dry and cure those plants. They're running somewhere around roughly 10% moisture content when they're dry. Yes.
So, Madam Chair, members up there, you have a handout that has the current licenses types out, so you can see all these numbers on there.
I read that.
If you find that as well there, that will help you, I hope.
We didn't talk about size.
So as you can see, the one license type we see a lot of jurisdictions grapple with is the micro business, which is intended to be kind of like a microbrewery. It is a state license that encompasses 4 different activities. You can have a cultivation size of 10,000 square feet. That's cultivation size, not canopy size. You can have manufacturing. You can have distribution, and you can have a retail outlet. You would have to allow all 4 of those activities for somebody to get a micro business all in Tuolumne County. Yes, sir.
Excuse me. How many plants can be grown in the 10,000 square foot?
Outdoors I could answer, roughly 1,000 plants. You just figure 10 by 10 feet for an outdoor grown plant. On those indoor plants, as you saw, it depends on the strain that they're growing. And a lot of them are growing not only for maximum potency, but for that quick harvest, and those can be much narrower than the outdoor plants. So again, it's hard to answer for indoor and mixed light. Outdoor, just allow 10 by 10 feet for kind of a generous canopy size. So about 1,000 plants in 10,000 square feet. Yes, sir.
What was the logic behind making it a square foot measure as opposed to some sort of product measure in terms of quantity, or so that in terms of, obviously a 5,000 square foot building that's empty is significantly different than a 5,000 square foot building that's filled up, but they both have the same permit. It seems rather incongruous to me.
Yeah, we in the places we currently work with, a lot of them impose a tax based on square footage. We actually recommend that now that the state is going to be measuring it by the dry weight ounce, that you base it on gross receipts, it will be known. However, my guess is that probably the state has thought it might be a little bit easier to levy a tax on it, even though they ended up not doing that. They did it by weight. So that's the best answer I can give, unfortunately. The 2 client types, medical, non-medical. And then the 6 elements of implementation, and you all are in the first stage of this, and I sit in a lot of these types of meetings in different municipalities, and the one thing that I can say is, I've communicated with Peter Maurer over in Calaveras County for over a couple of years on what's happening in Calaveras County. We're not consultants with them, but Peter and I have had lots of conversations, and also what we're seeing in San Diego County, where a county starts off in one direction and then switches gears. We would really caution everybody that, if you move forward with this, to try and move forward in unison. You want to be, if you put a ban in place you put a ban in place. If you don't put a ban in place, you don't. But trying to switch gears in the middle of the road can be very contentious. And we're seeing lawsuits in San Diego, and depending on what happens in Calaveras County, that may easily occur there too. There was a lot of money collected for those cultivation permits there, and then the Board of Supervisors changed and the votes changed, and so you have a lot of people that have paid for licenses that are kind of up in the air at this point. Plus, processing those licenses is time-consuming. One of our services is processing applications simply because typical application packet is anywhere from 5 to 10 pages. There's a lot of regulations that go with this. It's again, we don't have the benefit of the federal government, doing this for us, and other states that have done it. We're 5 times the size of Washington State, 7 times the size of Colorado. We have to come up with this ourselves. So we have the health and safety. So the public research and outreach, where I was going with this, is that this is the place to start. Your marijuana working group is great. We see that Randy Wilson's been doing this up in Plumas County for quite a while, done a very good job at it, and I expect that they will have a very good draft ordinance out. And that ordinance is the key to moving everything forward. You need to get a draft ordinance out. There are usually 2 components to the ordinance. One is the land use, and one is the health and safety regulations. When I go into a city or county, the first person that I look in sympathy at is the planner, because this has always been tossed onto them. Oh, it's the land use. Well, your health and safety regulations on cannabis are far greater than your land use is. The land use can be decided, and I'm not saying it's not a big issue, but the health and safety regulations are probably 60, 70% of the total work that's going to be done in this area. In a lot of places, we see the health and safety regulation ordinance separated from the land use ordinance. That way you can start the land use separately from that health and safety ordinance. We would recommend that. We also see areas where they put the health and safety regulations, the land use ordinance, and the tax portion all in one document, because they don't want to pass the regulations and allow the activity if they can't get the tax passed. So there are some things to be considered in that area, but in general, we recommend that you separate those 2 ordinances if you're going to go through implementation. You're probably not going to be doing a tax on anything until your next general election, unless you decide to do a special election, which has its separate restrictions, which we'll see as we go further on this. After that, we look at the application process. As I've said, the tricky part of an application process is when you only allow limited activities. If you say, for instance, we're only going to allow 3 cultivators, or we're only going to allow 2 dispensaries, you're going to have more applicants than you have permits available. And that application process, these folks have a lot of money, they have lawyers, and they say, well, I wasn't chosen because you don't like me. We definitely recommend that if you're able to do it, that rather than setting a limit on the number of permits, you limit the cultivation to 200 acres total for the county, something like that, whatever you're going to do, rather than saying, as they're doing in San Luis Obispo County, where we are working, we're going to limit it to 100 cultivators, and they've already had 900 applications. That isn't what you want to do. And I can tell you now, from looking here at Tuolumne County, and I've not really had much communication with anybody here, but I've looked at the weather patterns and everything you've got. You're going to have cultivators here. There's no doubt about it. Full cost recovery. This is a part that most people overlook, that we picked up on right away in the very beginning, and that is that the tax revenue that you pass is for everybody in Tuolumne County. It's not just for the people that approve of the use of cannabis. It's going to be people that don't approve of the use of cannabis. In order to preserve that for them, and that tax is generally on the cannabis product, so those people that don't want it aren't using it, they want the benefit of that tax even though they're not using it. So what you want to do is look at what it costs to maintain those activities. Who's going to go out and check those cultivation sites, the manufacturing sites, the retail locations, the testing and the distribution. We don't believe that the state is going to rush right up here to Tuolumne County or anywhere else, because the state's going to get probably 10,000 or more applications in this industry. So what we advise you to do is to anticipate that either somebody here, or you can contract it out, is going to have to do that monitoring compliance, and we actually have developed the regulatory fees for several municipalities at this point to preserve that tax revenue for everybody in the county. Those regulatory fees are paid by the people in the industry that want to participate. If you're a cultivator, we see those fees anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 or more, depending on where you're at. And that makes sure that somebody comes out and that you haven't exceeded your canopy size, that you're not manufacturing, that nothing else is going, that your pesticide use is in compliance with the Department of Pesticide Regulation, all those types of activities. And they are important. Then you have the tax ballot measure, the revenue from this for the county. And it's interesting, in the counties we're working with, Alameda County and San Luis Obispo County, the tax revenue is not all that important to them. On the other hand, we work with smaller cities, and they are all about the revenue. They want that tax revenue if they're going to allow that activity. That is a decision that you all will need to make as well.
Excuse me?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if I read it correctly in all of the things that have been passing out on this stuff, but the revenue that is collected by the taxes that would be imposed in Tuolumne County, for example, that all goes to the state, and then the state sends it back to us. Is that if we are if we are one of the Tuolumne County, if we're one of the counties that has approved use of commercial?
I have the same reaction David does. I have to chuckle at that. Yeah, you're going to get back 2% of the sales and use tax, and if you allow cultivation and retail, you will get the opportunity for a grant. But are you going to get back any of that money? I mean, you tell me. I'm very skeptical of that. I believe that money will go to the state. The tax that you impose, you will collect and you will get.
Okay, that's part of the
But the 15% excise tax that the state has, the 9 1/4 and 275, well, I've got some bridges to sell in New York if you think you're going to get that money back, because I really don't. Monitoring compliance, again, we believe the state is going to be overwhelmed, especially initially in that monitoring and compliance, and that the county will need to do that themselves. That is part of the reason that we urge you to look at the cost of regulatory fees. In fact, in SB 94, the state has provided that an agreement can be reached between any county or city and the state government to do their own monitoring compliance activities and be reimbursed from the state regulatory fees. So your regulatory fees at that point may be able to drop because the state will impose their own and you'll be able to collect that. But the monitoring and compliance is important because, for a couple of reasons. For those people that are out in the audience in the industry, it's because we don't want the federal government necessarily to be coming in and saying, we see that you didn't do this. We see that somebody is doing something they weren't supposed to be doing. We don't want to be in violation of the Cole memo. And the other reason is because this is an industry that doesn't have any oversight at any other level, really. So I think the monitoring compliance is going to be extremely important moving forward. Yes, sir. No, that's okay.
Slowing down the program here, but we said earlier that it was the state that had the ultimate authority for this process. Are they delegating that? If we say, okay, we've got it, do they delegate that authority, or do we still end up having to, are we just their deputy? How does that work?
It allows for it in SB 94. And again, this will be something that will come out of those draft regulations, probably from CDFA or from Consumer Affairs, exactly how they're going to integrate that. But you will have to designate a person in the county to be a liaison with the state on this whole process if you move forward. Somebody has to feed that information back to the state, tell them what licenses you're allowing, what you're not allowing. If somebody violates those things, that person will be responsible. If you don't designate anybody, it will be the clerk.
Alicia, I'll take the job. I won't have a drum to beat on if we have an ordinance.
Okay. So the community research and outreach, you're in the process of now. You're doing a great job of it. That is actually my photo, and it's been pulled from a future. It was good in the old days. It's not so much now. But basically, you're going through the process exactly right. You're formed a marijuana working group. You're having discussions. Again, the key to all this to us, from what I've seen in the last 3 years, everywhere I've worked, is getting a consensus from the community. And the worst thing is having 50% on one side and 50% on the other side. You want to build a consensus, and that's why this education and coming up with regulations that everybody can live with are probably the best way to move forward with this. Nobody's going to be entirely happy. There are people from the industry out here that would probably like to kill me, and there are people that oppose cannabis that would probably like to kill me. we're not going to be popular with everybody. However, we've got to move forward with this one way or another, whether it's a ban or whether you implement. You won't be able to sit, because if you have a ban, you need to make it a affirmative ban so that the state knows that's what's happening here and doesn't begin issuing licenses. If you do nothing, the state can start issuing licenses 60 days after somebody applies if they haven't heard from that municipality or county. So you'll need to do some type of action either way. I'm looking to see. The health and safety ordinance. I do a lot of reviews and writing of health and safety ordinances. They are fairly complex. It's not an easy process. Again, you've got to come up with all the rules and regulations that we've been talking about. Everybody knows about odor control, but who knows about cannabis waste? And how are you going to get rid of that plant material that's not being used? It's not a hazardous waste, but it does need to be gotten rid of in a way that keeps it from getting out into the market stream. Are you going to have what type of security you're going to have in your operations? All those things get spelled out. What type of video surveillance? Is the sheriff's department going to have access to that video monitoring through live feeds? Are you going to require that they store it for 30 days? What type of resolution do you want? How many hours will it want? That's just one facet of the regulations. So they are fairly complex, but again, we're creating this. We want to make sure that it addresses local policies. I can go into any municipality and say this without hesitation: you're different than everybody else. What you want here is not going to be the same as Calaveras County, as Plumas County, as anywhere else. We can warn you about what we see in other areas, but this community is unique unto itself, and you need to kind of get a feel for what this community really wants, because that regulation, that ordinance, is going to reflect what this community wants if it's going to be, in fact, passed. And again, we can talk about the health and safety part of it versus the land use part. And you can see at the bottom, it spells out typically your application process, how you're going to issue your applications. It includes just that there will be these other fees and taxes possible in this industry depending on what the county wants. These are some of the components. You've probably all heard, has everybody heard track and trace? You know what track and trace is? That they want to know from the time that plant emerges to the time it's sold to the ultimate consumer, where has it been and what has happened to it. They want to be able to track that completely. There's an estimate that we produce roughly 80% of roughly 70% of our cannabis product is shipped out of California. This is going to eventually slow down. And it's slowing down already because we're seeing the states around us legalize themselves. Nevada doesn't need product from California anymore. Oregon and Washington do not need product from California anymore. These other states that are enacting, they're going to have their own cultivators in their own states, and that market is going to slow down. So tracking and tracing everything, if there's a problem with a product, I just sat through a 3-hour presentation by the Department of Pesticide Regulation, what they expect and don't expect to see on cannabis. If there's a recall on a product, they need to know where that product's at to get it back off the shelves, just like any other product that might be hazardous. That's a picture of a label up there, by the way, back in 2003, 2004. It's a testing lab down in Southern California called The Workshop that has done a lot of work in testing. And you can see it indicates how much THC there is. There's the oil in it, which is called cannabidiol. THC is tetrahydrocannabinol. And the CBD is what we see on the medical side, seems to have a lot of properties, particularly around seizures. Application and ordinance structure. You want it compliant with all state and local regulations. You want it to cover any associated fees. They need to submit all the required documents. The state got to the point in the proposed regulations where if you were a community property state and you were an owner of any of these facilities, it automatically disenfranchised anybody else from applying for a permit if you were denied one. These are all things that we have to consider as we move forward, and they're all things that are included in the ordinance. In the ordinance, you also have the prohibited activities. When we go into a typical county or city, we enact and cover every aspect of cannabis implementation, every license type that's possible, and then we put in a caveat that only these activities are permitted and these activities are prohibited. That way, because we see this emerging over the next 5 to 10 years, or maybe longer, it depends, that there will be activities that are going to be allowed that aren't currently allowed, and it prevents you from having to rewrite your entire ordinance. You just have to remove or change that particular clause in the ordinance. The application process, and we're working with the city of Merced now. They're going to allow 4 retail dispensaries in the middle of the San Joaquin Valley. I can say this, I grew up in the Central Valley. It's a very conservative area. There are very few cities that are allowing any cannabis activity there. They're going to have anybody that wants to make any money applying for a permit there. The application process that we're putting in place is a merit-based type process where you have criteria, and then that you rank based on different local preferences, and then everybody who qualifies at that point and gets a point ranking. If there's a tie, it goes to a lottery type. But there is an entire system that has to be developed in the application process if you limit it. If you don't limit it, that typically doesn't happen. We look at them as a 2-stage process. In the first stage, there is just a volume of documents that have to be submitted. In the second phase, and what's called a live scan check, I don't know if law enforcement's here in the room, a live scan check is just a kind of a fingerprint background check. It's required in a lot of, probably of county employees that are covered by that at this point. But there's a more comprehensive background check that needs to be done on the owners after that, and that's usually the second phase of the process. Full cost recovery, I spoke about that. Those fees, by the way, we don't just get to make those up. They have to be based on the actual cost of the activity. They have to be Prop 26 compliant. Yes, sir.
How, or is there any provision for addressing law enforcement, civil enforcement, or code enforcement costs, and what kind of models are out there? Because what I'm hearing from other jurisdictions across the United States is that that's the area that they grossly underestimated the costs. And then how do you recover those costs? Or how is it envisioned we would recover those costs?
And it's the perfect question. Well, we worked with Coalinga to develop their regulatory costs. They converted a prison into a manufacturing cultivation facility down there. We worked with law enforcement in the city and went through the actual costs that they were going to incur. And what we did is we took the tasks for the regulatory compliance that were going to be done, and we said, okay, do you want to assign this to law enforcement, or do you want to assign it to somebody else? Are you going to contract that out? Are you going to do it yourselves? And if so, is it going to be law enforcement? And we had law enforcement give us their actual fully loaded costs, the amount of time that it takes to do that. And all they're doing really is the application process and the background checks. It was well over $600 just to do a background check. So as part of that process that you go through in determining those regulatory fees, you work with the municipality and you look at, is the county engineer going to be involved for the runoff from cultivation so that you aren't out there dumping product out in the field? That would be a cost that has to come from the engineering department. The law enforcement costs may be the background checks. It may be that you're going to use code compliance or somebody to go out. But that is actually what you do. You just go in and say, here's the activities that you're going to have to conduct. How many will law enforcement want to take or be able to take in a lot of cases? In Calaveras County, for instance, they enlisted the help of the Sheriff's Department, then the Highway Patrol, to go out and look at these different cultivation sites because they simply didn't have the staff to do it. There are companies out there, in addition to us, that do some of that work. It can be contracted out if you desire to do that, if your local law enforcement does not want to or is unable to do that.
How about unanticipated costs? I mean, you set out some cost structure, you go out and all of a sudden you find out this is costing a lot more. The reason I'm asking this question, I talked to somebody from Colorado just 2 weeks ago, and they said they had a lot of unanticipated costs, and they didn't have a process for recovery.
What we anticipate is that is going to occur. I would be a bald-faced liar to sit here and tell you we know everything that's going to happen, because we don't. We're watching everything that's happening, but the only thing that you will be able to do is to go back. It's an annual regulatory fee that's paid by the commercial activity. You will go back and say those fees will be assessed every year up or down based on the actual costs of the compliance and monitoring.
Okay, but, I've got, pick any number, but I got two, A and B. A, I've got no additional costs. B, I've got additional costs. So next year, I cover my additional costs, and A, who's the good player, pays for the bad player?
Yeah, the regulatory fees will be imposed on each person the same. In other words, what we do is determine the entire costs and then divide it by the number of people that you have given permits to. So in essence, that is correct.
But
you're not going to charge a different rate to one person than another. Everybody will pay the same fee.
So I can't do it based on what it actually cost me for the event. I set it up ahead of time. It becomes it's a regulatory fee, so the Board of Supervisors can set that. It's not a tax.
Right.
And
exactly.
So the public setting that.
That is exactly correct.
But you can impose fines if people are not complying with your regulatory.
You can impose fines, and the state does impose fines. For instance, if you go to inspect a facility and somebody says, no, you go see my lawyer, I'm not letting you come in, the state has a $30,000 fine for doing that.
Well, the Colorado case was, she explained, she says, we went into one site and we found mold. All of a sudden we had masks and respirators. Then all of a sudden we found inappropriate pesticides, rodenicides, whatever chemicals, and now it became a hazmat issue. She says we didn't anticipate any of that.
And there are fines in place, but a mold type of infestation and the hazmat type of stuff probably is something that will have to be figured out by the state of California as we move forward with that. But they do have fines in place, and local municipalities and counties can put their own fines in place for violations of the regulations, just like any other regulation that you have in place.
Okay.
You have the revocation, of obviously, but you can also implement fines. And I will defer to counsel if she has a separate opinion on that. And that was a good question, though. You're right. Colorado had a huge incident where they had rejected product, and the cost of there is built into the application process and in the state regulations a cost of destruction of plant material. It's a $5,000 bond, and we probably would say you would be safe to increase that amount. That doesn't mean that the commercial activity pays that amount, but they have to secure a bond in an amount to cover the destruction of the plant material. And the bond companies are issuing those types of bonds now, provided that you're specific about what it covers. They just need to know exactly what it covers. So if it's destruction of rejected plant material, they can issue a bond for exactly that, and they charge a fee for doing that. We're also seeing crop insurance, oddly enough. Yeah, they're starting to issue crop insurance. I talked to some insurance companies that are allowing that now. So common types of fees, application step 1, your application step 2. So if you want to start a commercial cannabis business, whatever the cost of going through all those applications, making sure everything is there and completed is the cost of that application. In the second phase, the cost of the background check is the cost of that application. And again, our goal here isn't to charge. If you implement, the goal is not to charge or move the industry out of business. It's to encourage a sustainable industry. If you're going to move that direction, the fees should not be so onerous that these activities can't take place. They need to be reasonable, and you want to build this business up. It can be a money-generating business where we're seeing it go now. However, it can't be one where we see cities like in Southern California that have imposed, or even in Solano County where we're from, that have imposed a 20% tax on top of the state's 15% tax, on top of the cultivation tax, on top of the sales and use tax. It needs to be reasonable. And what we also recommend, and we'll get to this in the tax portion, is that you build a cap on the tax, but you start it at a much lower rate until you can see what tax makes sense for you. You're also going to be competing with other counties and other cities that are going to allow these activities, and you're going to need to look at their tax rates, which generally run somewhere between 3 and 8% on the retail, at least. We see the application renewal fee. You have the annual regulatory fee, the monitoring compliance. Typically, you have a CUP fee, and again, this is a decision you all have to make, is what type of land use will there be. We see land use where it's either permitted or not permitted. There is no public hearing attached to it. The public hearing and public noticing all come with the health and safety ordinance, that in order to get a commercial cannabis permit, they have to go through that public hearing process. It can be heard by a panel. It can be heard by Planning Commission. It can be heard by the Board of Supervisors. It can be heard by a zoning administrative officer. There are a lot of ways to do that. But if you do go with an MUP or a CUP, you probably have fees built in for that already. The reason that we see a lot of communities moving away from those is because the revocation process in a CUP or an MUP are typically pretty involved. And they take time. And with this industry, if you have somebody who's a bad actor, you want them out. You want to move in somebody, and you don't want to have to wait. You want to yank that commercial cannabis business permit and stop them from operating any further. And with a CUP, you have that entire process that usually requires an appeals process and can go on for quite a while. You have the typical business license fee if you have one. And we're even seeing in cities like Sacramento, they're proposing neighborhood enhancement fees. Personally, I'm not in favor of it, but we included it just so you would know it's out there. And again, you all haven't decided on implementation or non-implementation, may be a moot point. This is a worksheet that we developed, and it's a partial worksheet that we developed for the fees. We actually sit down with whatever municipality we're working with, and we go through these. You're looking at maybe the top eighth of it, but it goes through the different things that we are currently seeing in our monitoring and compliance. Asks the city or county who will be doing this activity and what is the rate that they charge. We estimate the number of hours based on our experience in other municipalities, and we come up with a regulatory fee. And as you brought up, we hope that that covers everything, but we know better. We know that at some point it may be less. It may be that your activity doesn't require as much monitoring, or it's much smaller, or it may be a lot more, as you mentioned in Colorado. The revenue and taxation, again, I'm sorry that John Bliss isn't here. I do understand how the taxing works, but he is truly the expert in the taxation part of this. But you have choices to make as far as taxation goes. You have whether it's going to be a general fund or a special tax. In the city of Shasta Lake, where we're working, they have used it to fund strictly law enforcement and code enforcement. That requires, obviously, a 2/3 vote. And not just a 50% vote. They're also doing it not in a general election. It requires a balloted tax measure. And the methodology, again, this is an area where we typically work with staff to make recommendations, but it can be based on gross receipts. It can be based on square footage, on inventory weight. What we see is that if the state is going to be, keeping track of this as we believe they will through the state track and trace system, which was recently awarded to Franwell out of Florida, that there will be an accounting of the amount of cannabis that is being processed at the state level, and therefore your gross receipts are known. And they're saying average receipts or gross receipts now. That changed under SB 94, somewhat similar with some subtle differences. However, we recommend that what will happen with cultivation a lot of times, especially when you have outdoor mixed-like cultivation, you may have somebody lose a crop. If they're taxed on a square foot basis, they're going to be taxed regardless of whether they lost that crop, unless you build into that ordinance that if they lose a crop and can prove it, that the square footage tax will be waived or reduced, whatever you decide to do. If you make it on gross receipts, actually it's better for both entities, because ultimately, if you're turning over a crop every 10 days, the amount of gross receipts will far exceed the amount of receipts on a square footage tax based on something like 10,000 square feet once a year. Yes?
You said that because the track and trace would be in place, the gross receipts would be a known quantity.
Correct.
I thought track and trace was measuring unit volumes. Is there an actually sales price as you track and trace it?
It goes right through to the point of sale at the retail sales outlet, and then it's just a matter of getting the retail sales for that amount of cannabis.
Is that inside of track and trace, or does that have to be reported?
At the retail sales, we'll have to keep track of. They have to pay. Well, it's not the BOE anymore, as you know. It's changed its name to California.
So it requires track and trace as well as somebody saying this is what the price was for that particular product. Trace.
Well, actually, the price will be on the average market price as determined by the California Department of, I want to say it's Fees and Tax Administration that is splitting off from BOE, but it is being tracked by the state all the way to the ultimate sales price or average sales price as the state determines it, so that you then know how much product was sold from that particular outlet.
You know how much, but you don't know how or what.
No, how much money was collected. You know exactly how much. The state's going to collect sales tax from them. They're going to want to know to the penny how much it is.
Yeah, but it's a cash business. So how do you?
Well, right now, what's happened is that the state mandate is that by 2000, and I believe it's July of 2018, and don't quote me on that date, has to have a separate site set up in either Mendocino, Humboldt, or Trinity County, one of the Emerald Triangle counties, to do collections up in that area as a test. Currently, BOE has 22 regional offices. You can apply for an exception to pay any one of those 22 regional offices in cash. The difficulty will be getting that exception from them as we move forward with this industry, because they're going to have a lot of applicants for that. But they recognize the problem that is happening with the cash industry. What we do in the monitoring compliance phase, where we're looking at retail outlets, is now, before the state has implemented it, we just wait and watch how many people go in and out. And then we go in and count the number of transactions that took place on the cash register and look at the camera recordings to see how much was purchased. And then we can go back and find out. And we don't tell them we're doing it. So there are a lot of different ways that can happen. BOE is trickier than we are about it. So I have a lot of confidence in the state tax board. I will say that. They're good at collecting their money. I hope I answered that question to your satisfaction. Inventory weight, the state, as I mentioned, at cultivation level, wants 9 1/4 per dry weight ounce for flowers, and $2.75 per dry weight ounce for non-flowering plant material, in addition to their excise tax of 15%. Yes, sir.
You could educate me a little bit on
Sure.
that part. In that, I mean, is a flower a flower a flower a flower? I would imagine that there's some $10 piece flowers and some $1 piece flowers, or whatever the units is there, because of quality involved in this. Is that true, or is it not that big a band?
It is, and the state doesn't care.
Jerry, I think these are some conversations that if we move forward, the working group will be engaged in, and it's great that we're going to have this expertise guiding those conversations, because I really do want to be able to finish getting through the presentation. I think some of us have some other questions too, and then I know we have a lot of community here that would like to be able to.
So will we have access?
Call me anytime. I'm happy to answer questions. I do it without.
Great.
Yeah. And I will move this along. So the taxation strategies I talked about, you either have a special tax with a 2/3 threshold or a general tax with 50% plus 1 threshold. You want to time it with a general election to save money if you can. You don't want to have a special election for it. And you want to have some type of predictable support levels if you can. And, you know, I believe I wrote it down. I think you were a 63% approval of Prop 64 here, which is a strong indicator that you will get some community support on this. And I'm not looking at that actual number, so, again, don't hold me to it. Our rule of thumb doesn't really apply here. This is for retail sales. Again, you may have and may allow retail sales here. If you do, $10 to $20 per resident. And that doesn't mean the residents are all buying it. That's just what has been, we've observed in doing calculations from Colorado and from cities in California that have allowed retail sales. For cultivation, it's totally different. If you're a large cultivation area, you might as well throw that out the window because it won't really apply. We did add it in case you put retail in there. You can see the number. It's 54,000 people. And finally, monitoring compliance. We beat that animal to death. These are the things that we do. Other issues, jobs, what we've learned from this. Good. Questions and answers. I got you there.
Okay.
Sorry.
What I'd like to do is go across the dais here with any questions, and so I'll start down on this end with Kira.
thank you on behalf of everyone up here and everyone in the room for your presentation. Something that I personally and professionally have been looking forward to happening in this room. I do not have any questions yet. I'm sure that I will have some very fine point questions if we move to, if the board moves, to speak about commercial regulations in the marijuana working group. I am an industry advocate, just to publicly introduce myself. My name is Kira Tucker, and I am the executive director of Tuolumne Cannabis Alliance. And so we do have a pretty strong body of advocates in the community, a lot who are in the room. So just wanted to say thank you and pass it along.
I'll ask the questions that I have. I'm obviously very interested. I have a bunch of other questions, but I think those are best hashed out in the working group, and I'll just await their feedback and eventual recommendations. So, thank you.
Thank you for being here. Really appreciate the presentation. I think the way you approach this is a good, responsible way that'll help us resolve this whole issue and come up with something that's reasonable that the community will be happy with. And I think we got the right people for the job. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
So I have just a couple of questions, because it really does have to deal with timing, and I think it would be appropriate for the full board to understand. And I'm going to ask County Council to help me out with this if I need some assistance, because when we attended a joint meeting in Sacramento a couple weeks ago, and there was a lot of conversation around CEQA. And it was my understanding, so a couple things, because they have this January 1 deadline looming, and I think you touched upon it. They're going to come through with their CEQA document. There's going to be virtually no opportunity to comment, but then after January 1st, they were going to have a comment period that would be a 45-day comment period, and they did anticipate that there could be some potential litigation following that time frame. And the consideration that I have is because it's my also understanding that as counties, of course, we can't be any less restrictive than the state. And so from a timing perspective, and nobody's got a crystal ball, I think that does impact what we eventually come up with, okay? But then aside from that, if you could explain, or if County Council could explain, because there also seemed to be an incentive piece that the state mentioned with a CE going forward for local jurisdictions, and there would be an opportunity to take advantage of a CE, which would reduce, if you will, the implications to local jurisdictions in going through their CEQA process. Did I understand that correctly? And could somebody just speak to that? Because again, that has some timing some timing ramifications for our county. Because there was a one-year timeline or something. There was a time frame that was associated with utilizing that CE, if I remember right.
Yes. Deputy County Counsel Carlin Drivdahl. Under Mal Cursa, the trailer bill, there is a temporary CEQA exemption. It is through July 1st of 2019. And what it says is that for local jurisdictions that adopt a regulatory program that provides for discretionary approval of future commercial activities, that those ordinances would be exempt from CEQA. So in other words, if you have a program that says that for every project coming forward, you're going to have a discretionary approval, then the CEQA analysis will happen at the project level instead of the overview of the county's ordinance. So if the county were to adopt a regulatory program that allowed ministerial projects, so in certain zoning districts, the commercial activity would be allowed as per right. Though that type of an ordinance would require CEQA review when the county was adopting that ordinance.
And if I could just add to that, you can have, it says, I believe it says discretionary review. It does not have to be the land use review. The discretionary review could be at that commercial cannabis permit level so that you can have the permitted or non-permitted ministerial land approval process, but still qualify for that same exemption. Is that
As long as when it gets to the individual projects, there's discretionary review, because that would be what triggers the CEQA process.
Okay.
So,
Thank you. And then the last point for clarification, just because I've heard, I am on the our task force also, and a number of individuals have come to the podium during public comment at our regularly scheduled meetings, very concerned about the January 1 deadline. And we asked for some clarification again from the state, and the state was very clear on this, that they would be taking applications, and I guess I'm asking a question and looking for confirmation of my interpretation, that they would be taking applications, but that didn't have anything to do with applications being approved. That was going to be left to local jurisdictions, and so that January 1 deadline is not
Start, not event.
Correct. It's not a time frame that this working group would be necessarily working towards.
And what I would say is that I think you do need to move in a very methodical way on this. We see that in every jurisdiction we work with. Nobody wants to rush this. And that the state will issue temporary licenses to those entities that are in compliance with local regulations by January, I want to say the 1st, but I think it may be the 2nd, because the 1st I think they've considered a holiday. Is that correct, your understanding as well, Council?
So issuing license, I heard something different.
I was under the assumption that we've already taken action with our ban. So there's not going to be any licenses issued in Tuolumne County.
No.
Sarah Carrillo, County Council. Just to clarify one thing from the state is that the issue that we were hearing locally is that if your board didn't act by January 1st, that industry folks would be prohibited completely from getting licenses. But the state assured us that no, they're going to leave it up to the local jurisdictions to actually determine the number of licenses per local jurisdiction. So even if it does take a little bit longer, there's still the ability to have that occur in the county should the board decide.
Thank you. That was the clarification I was looking for.
One other point, Madam Chair. When we were at that last training session, we were hearing that we have to positively either approve or disapprove any correspondence from the state regarding that issue. If we leave it set, they said they will approve them. That's what I heard clearly when I was there.
Clearly, and that we had to have somebody identified that would be clearly the
Don't
point
smile.
person on that communication.
And that's even with a ban in place.
Sorry?
That's even with a ban in place.
That's even with the ban in place. You
Yes.
have to respond to each of those. And I am concerned. I'll leave it at
Okay,
that.
so what are we responding? I'm sorry.
If there's application to the state,
Yeah.
a license, considering it temporary as they're calling them at this point, is what I'm understanding. If we are not ready to proceed with those, we have to firmly say, no, you cannot issue that license to every one of those. If there's 5,000 of them, or 100 of them, or 2 of them, we have to respond to each and every one of those responses, requests from the state, saying, no, you can't do it, or yes, they've met all the requirements on every one of those, or they will issue them.
Even though we have a ban on, a universal ban in
correct.
place.
Now, that's what we heard. I don't know that's how this is going to play out or not, but that is clearly what we've heard so far, that each and every one of those has to be responded to. We would tell them, we have an ordinance in place, they can't do it. It could be a form letter, I'm understanding, maybe, but we have to respond to every one of those as I've heard it and understood it today. that could change.
Within 60 days.
Hmm?
Within 60 days.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Could I tack on to your question?
Okay.
About CEQA? Is there a deadline for putting something in play for us to basically buy the county time with the CEQA exemption? Or is that just a standing till, was it July 1st, 2019?
It's my understanding that there's not a placeholder that we can use. Either we do or don't make that.
Okay.
And I think it was
but regardless,
to incentivize.
Carlin's point is that's the project level review for CEQA has to be completed.
Mm-hmm.
This is talking about the ordinance.
Right. Okay, thank you.
And to go back to the license, two things. One is the state has said in SB 94 that either you have to notify them or they have to have access to an electronic. So you may be able to take your applicants and just keep them in a file that the state has access to in order to do that. And the other thing is the state says that even if you allow them, and I don't recommend this, even if you don't allow them and the state gives them a license, if you respond within 60 days that that license isn't allowed, the state will yank it. It's easier said than done. So I would not advise going that route.
So I've heard that version. I've also heard that they may let that ride till the next year till it's renewed. So I guess my only point to this is, regardless of what happens, we need resources to make sure we respond. And I don't know what those are at this point in time because I don't know what they're going to require.
And I think that would be one of the first topics that our working group will be moving forward with a recommendation to the full board on. And actually, that would be part of what I would hope comes out of this meeting is prioritizing some of those pieces because, again, we certainly would not want folks to have a license from the state that was not approved locally. John?
David just kind of hit on, and you hit on what my worries are. If we decide to participate in the commercial activities, there's a cost associated with it. Can we afford that? How do we come up with the money to manage the process? And that would be something that I think the task force needs to really center on. You know, can we afford to have the commercial activity?
Me understand what you're asking regarding just applications and processing them, as well as the tail end of that. Am I correct?
The management of the whole process, the permitting process, the enforcement process, all of those things that are tied together with the commercial activity. You know, what's it going to cost us to do?
So that's the whole point. And I've been talking to other jurisdictions. It's not just the application. It's not just the approval. It's not just your time. It's not just the attorney's time. It's not just our code enforcement, sheriffs, administration, county council. It's also any appeal processes, which some of and many of the agencies forgot to put in, and they're now feeling that crunch of thinking they were going to have positive cash flow, and they are now figuring out that they've hired special attorneys, judges, and everything just to handle all the appeals for this. And that is specifically, I'm talking about one in Calaveras. They have no fee for that. And so whatever the decision is, it's fine. We just want to make sure that my suggestion is we make it cost neutral at a very minimum.
That makes sense.
Okay, thank you. This is a very complex problem. I'm not on our committee, and I'm not sure that's an advantage or a disadvantage, frankly. I am learning more about this subject and as things go, and so far I'm getting more questions than I'm getting answers. By the way, let me just correct one thing. The vote was 52.29%.
Okay.
There was about a 2.5% undervote, so I'm not sure exactly what that means. Okay. It was a vote I believe, to approve recreational use. I'm not sure how that translates to commercialization. So, with that said, I haven't seen anybody do a risk analysis on every decision. Where I come from, you do a risk analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And so somehow I'm going to challenge the committee or the consultant or whoever's involved in this thing to do some risk analysis on every decision, what it means, what are the error bands, and what do you expect? Because I'm worried about the cost factor too. We don't have margin in our budget to deal with surprised cost overruns, and I'm not willing to take that risk. I know there have been one of those risks, of course, and I think Colorado, Washington, Oregon can perhaps give us some data. It's probably all over the map, but there are impacts on the enforcement side. There's impact in surprises and things, and we think we do need to look at what they did and what they think is successful and what isn't. I was in Deschutes County, Oregon, as was Supervisor Rotifer, and we saw a commercial grow facility, processing facility, and we saw the retail outlet. Very interesting experience, I have to say. And look, they were very confident about what they were doing. These people seemed to know what they were doing. I couldn't tell, but they were moving it. To my colleague's comment, I saw the price list. I have a copy of it. I saw the spec list, and there's a wide variation on price. I don't know how you deal with that. The other one on risk analysis, David, we need a resource assessment of what we need to get into this. And look, I know that'll have error bands on it too, because it's going to be largely a swag. But we've got to do that if we're going to do anything. You can't make a decision without that. So that has to be in the equation too. You alluded to doing things. I think in our previous hearings, one of the things we heard from everybody in our audience, you do not want to do what our neighbor to the north of us did. And you know who that is, Calaveras County. So what they've learned, and I talk to them all the time, is you can't go back very easily. So I'm inclined to be very cautious about how we step forward. It's kind of like you put your toe in the bathtub before you jump in. It's not, unless you like ice cubes or whatever, you just got to do this methodically and be careful about how you do it. So I guess it comes down to I would like to hear the resource assessments, the risk assessments, and on each decision point, what does it mean? I know there is I get a lot of things. There's an element in our community that absolutely wants to do this, and there's an element that absolutely does not want it next door to me. And I have to respect both sides. And so I'm a little at a loss. Like I said, more questions. But I think the committee's got a lot more challenge to do than what I've heard today. Thanks.
Well, as the guy that's asked about 400 questions so far, I'll try and keep it down to maybe 250 more. So, first off, it was very informative. I learned a lot today, and when signed up for this committee, I knew that there was a lot to be learned. I had no idea exactly how much there was to be learned. There's a very complex process, and I also, you look out the room, many of the people that are sitting in the room here take the time to show up for the marijuana working group sessions as well. So the involvement has been very, very good from the community from that point of view. And I have to say, as compared to a lot of things I've read about and seen, very professional. There needs to be a comment made that the Tuolumne County folks standing here, nobody has been slamming their fist on the table since in any of our meetings, which I was braced for, and we've had a very professional. People on all sides of the equation have been pretty professional. My only question, and it's not, I guess it's really just a comment, and that is that having done a ton of activity-based costing in my career, usually you have an activity to do the activity-based costing on. To do one on a future activity like this is a very, very challenging problem. And that's just something that I would encourage the supervisors here to be cognizant of, that this is hard. Technically it is hard. And the other thing is that when we have these marijuana working groups, an awful lot of people are kind of yawning about the personal use portion of it and saying, when are we going to get to the meat of the matter? And if you are intending not to have us do that as part of the marijuana working group, that's fine. Just figure out a way that you're going to deal with it. But the population that we've been responding to have been kind of antsy about what are we going to do about the commercial aspect of it. And I think that needs to be dealt with one way or another. Yeah. That's all.
I think the board feels that too, is that we need to decide whether we're going to start investigating, and I want to use the word investigating, because there are more unanswered questions than there are answered questions for me at this time. But I would just acknowledge too, we do have a very proactive group that comes and that is interested in this industry evolving. I would also say that I get numerous emails and communication from individuals that are very concerned about it evolving. And so there are two, Supervisor Hanfeld spoke to it already, two very distinct groups out there. And so it really is going to have to be very well thought out. And everyone will not be happy, but it's we have to go, if the board decides to expend the resources to go through that process. I know that we have a number of community members that would probably like to speak under public comment, but I would like to take a 10-minute break so we can all get up and stretch for a moment. So let's take a break, and we will reconvene at 3:15, and that's not very much time.
Thank you very much. When we were talking about a 10,000 square foot grow and how many plants could be grown on it, I simply took that 10-foot canopy, divided into 10,000, gave you a number of 1,000. But a 10-foot canopy is 10 by 10 feet. It's 100 square feet. You're talking about 100 plants in a 10,000 square foot grow, not 1,000. Could be more or less, but I want to clarify that. And I appreciate the member of the audience that brought that to my attention. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Could I see a show of hands of how many people would like to speak under public comment? Only 3? 4? 5? Raise them because it really does make a difference on timing. I would like everybody to have an opportunity. But, okay. So, supervisors, you're kind of helping me look around the room here. All right. So, with that, then, let's go with a 3-minute time frame. And so please, if you would like to have a moment to speak, approach the podium.
Nobody wants to be first. David McGuigan, I live on Upper Hillview Drive in Sonora is the address, but it's the county, I believe, is unincorporated. I personally am a medical marijuana user. My concerns are twofold. One is making sure that regulations that you develop for your commercial aspects consider the personal medical grow, considering or personal medical uses. And both in making sure that, my grow space is consistent with the way the changes are happening to make the recreational and the medical align, and I understand the benefit for all that, and that's not a big issue to me. Another thing that I'm be concerned about is that as you go about and put the regulations into things, and we consider the groups of licenses that there are out there. Let's take your manufacturing. There's 2 manufacturing licenses that I understand from the thing. The manufacturing 2 that has to do with solvent extracts and various other things, by all means, keep that out of people's homes. Nobody should be using butane to do anything in their homes. But my personal use would be to make an edible, which would be a manufacturing kind of license in your view, and I would hope that you wouldn't limit my ability to make what I consider a very useful form of my medication. I don't think that's a big issue, but when you're making your regulations, I want to make sure that you don't say, oh, well, manufacturing isn't really something that the individual would need to do, when we also consider that certain operations and certain things that are considered manufacturing are really part of the way that I've developed a very consistent dosing, and that's why I go that route. So thank you.
Thank you.
Members of the board and members of the working group, my name is Adam Fries. I'm the unit forester for the Tuolumne Calaveras unit of CAL FIRE. Well, CAL FIRE doesn't have a position on commercial marijuana cultivation. I'd just like to share our experience over the last year or so with what we've been dealing with and the challenges that has posed to CAL FIRE and Calaveras County. Since May of 2016, forestry and fire prevention staff from the Tuolumne Calaveras unit of CAL FIRE have invested a significant amount of time dealing with illegal timber operations tied to both registered and unregistered commercial cannabis grows in Calaveras County. Examples of some of the environmental damage I've seen is a significant amount of sediment delivery to watercourses, dams and diversion on watercourses filled with sediment and slash, large piles of garbage, chemical containers and fertilizer near watercourses, trees felled into watercourses, and unsanitary living conditions where human waste has access to watercourses where there's a large amount of people living on these sites working. From a fire hazard perspective, there's typically generators and pumps operating in the grass or bare clover with no clearance. There's hundreds of feet of extension cord or spliced wire running through grass on the ground. Like I said before, where debris is pushed to the perimeter of these sites, large windows of trees and brush are left, where if those operations had been done with a license and the correct permits, that fire hazard would be mitigated. But in the most case, it has not been, so all that debris is still on site. We've had fires from campfires, from generators, from faulty electrical wiring, and equipment use at these commercial growing sites. And again, this is both registered and unregistered. About 2/3 of the cases I've prepared pursuing these violations have been on grows that are registered with the county, not just unregistered grows. At sites I've inspected, water's generally been supplied by wells, both new and existing, diversion from watercourses, or delivery trucks that are filling at hydrants and delivering water to the site. So for CAL FIRE, water use is a huge concern, and having available water. So the Tuolumne Calaveras unit of CAL FIRE respectfully requests you to consider the following: that you carefully consider the potential for increased water pollution, water demand, and fire danger from both registered and unregistered commercial marijuana growing sites. I'd also request looking at the cumulative effects. A lot of these sites I've been to are small, less than an acre in size, but there's thousands of them, so it's like death by 1,000 cuts. There's the scale. If commercial cultivation is approved, I'd ask that the county assist us in providing applicants with information on forestry regulations and fire regulations up front. We were way behind the curve in Calaveras County. When this started, my colleagues and I were spending most of our time cleaning up after the Butte fire, and when we saw these sites springing up, we just didn't have the staff to get out there and address it, so we've been behind the curve the whole time. So I'd request the ability to work up front with people and then adopt a system to promptly address violations when they're observed at these commercial grow sites. It's been my experience that we've issued violations, pursued further action. It goes through a lengthy appeal process. People are able to harvest their crop and move on rather than dealing with the problem early on. So thank you very much for this time to comment.
Mm-hmm. Adam, thank you. And I would just, I think our entire board is aware that if we choose to go down this road, we would be looking at not just staff time from CRA and our consultant, but it would impact, I think, virtually every department that we have in the county, and they would begin participating as we go through subject area at the task force meeting so that we have that firsthand account. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Sally Miller, resident of Lake Don Pedro subdivision, Tuolumne County portion. At the July 10th working group meeting, the presentation of SB 94 by the rural representatives of California, the RCRC, on this Senate Bill 94 budget trailer bill was given. I asked that in the bill that I read, it states that commercial growers and shop owners have to be California residents, but it does not state if legal or illegal. The RCRC stated you can be illegal and grow and sell marijuana in California, and you may be able to answer that question. I asked why is that, and they stated that on the license applications, California did not want to ask that question. I asked, is this real? They said yes. Do you know, you must know, that this will open up a can of worms for law enforcement, the fire department, and the water issue in this county. The cartels and gangs will invade and use the land as an easy way to overtake this market for all you people who want to grow it. The law also states that growers can rent the land, which will give a unique situation. They are clever with forging documents and whatever is necessary for personal gain. No respect for laws, the land, the water, or endangering our county to fire. And how many fires have we had just recently in our area? Our county is a drought-ridden area, with drought certainly to happen again. Also, there is no law in this bill about the use of chemicals. The EPA or anybody in that department has not put in anything in regard to the use of chemicals. Maybe you can answer that question. This poster that I've put up here has news articles from August 4th through the 9th, and a letter from Representative Tom McClintock, all stating the negative aspects of commercial grows and stores in our county. A Union Democrat article, a raid of 27,000 illegal plants in Calaveras County, 2 tons of marijuana, 11 firearms containing assault weapons, body armor, and cash. I believe they were really prepared for dealing with our law enforcement. This raid took 6 months to complete, a very dangerous situation for law enforcement. A Modesto Bee article about a raid in Sonora with a child abuse possible situation and a vicious dog problem. Another Modesto Bee article, and you can read them all here, about how illegal grows cannot be stopped, showing approximately 80% of marijuana grown in California is shipped out of California. They use California as their growing and dumping places and create unsafe conditions for the people of our county and state. A USA Today article about how the problems in Colorado are, and there are very many problems in Colorado. How bad it will get here with illegals being able to legally grow or sell per this new California law.
And so,
why bother to have a law if illegals can come here from outside the United States and grow what they want and manipulate the system, and their status is legal?
Thank you.
And they do.
I'd ask that. I'm sorry, but could I?
Okay.
Well,
wrap up your. Would you please? Let's see. Is there one little statement here? Okay. Would you please read these articles? They're really informative. I think you'll see a lot of things going on.
Thank you, and we appreciate your perspective.
I'm not so scientific. My name's David Peters. Been a local resident since 1959. My family's well known here. I have a problem in that what I've seen through Calaveras County, now that the paper is covering both counties, you read this, read the last couple papers where the big thing happened in Tuolumne County is they found 3 dead chickens in a plastic bag behind somebody's house, right? Calaveras County, triple murders. burglaries, all kinds of crime going on. Now, that's not coincidence. That's something that happens because of the drug cultivation over there. I have nothing against medical marijuana, the use of it or the control of it, as long as it's done in a legal way here. But that needs to be the minimum, in my opinion, of any marijuana involvement in our community, and I will do anything I can to help organize anything that stands against that. Now, you know, I know a big thing is a financial thing. The roads around here stink, everything's going to pot, but that's not a reason to go to pot, okay? Because, oh yeah, well, pot will take care of all the financial problems. We'll get taxes off of it. Do you remember somebody saying that about education is going to be taken care of by the state lottery? How's that worked out? Huh? The money all goes to the government. It goes to things that we don't want it to go to. It doesn't go to the communities. It goes to people's pockets.
Sir, could you address the board, please?
Beg your pardon?
Could you address the board, please?
Oh, I didn't realize that was a requirement. Okay. But anyway, that's what's going to happen in this county, just like it happened in Calaveras County. We can't ignore what's going on over there. We can't ignore that it's going to go on over here. And so, personally, and I know a lot of my friends are that way, we haven't had a chance to say anything so far, but we will, and we will with our votes. And it will be organized to head this thing off if we have to. Because I know a lot of people who are just as concerned as I am about the soul of this county not being sold down the river. And I haven't heard anything from the Citizens for Responsible Growth about responsible growth. Okay? So I think we need to look at these things, and if we don't, we will be paying for it like Calaveras County is paying for it now, in spades. And that's irresponsible as far as I'm concerned. Thank you very much.
Good evening, everybody on the board. I'm Chuck Keel, and you know, I really like living in Tuolumne County. Just a great place. And you guys, I think you're doing a great job. There are issues, though, that I feel strongly about that I'll help with, okay? But this one, John, you mentioned, you asked, can we afford to regulate this industry? I ask, how could we afford not to? We are now looking at a $16 million overrun with our new jail. 16 million. Let's allow cultivation, regulation, and fair taxation on this hugely beneficial, natural industry. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ruth Smith from the Lake Don Pedro area, and as all of you know, we're in a very high fire area, and most of Tuolumne County is, except right in the area of Sonora. And when they grow these large areas of marijuana, they use all of these chemicals, and they go into the streams and the creeks, and those run right into the lakes, which is our drinking water. And sure, they run it through they run the water through a processing agent and everything, but they can't get all the chemicals out of those. And when they come in, they make such a mess, and they leave all of this, and then it's dangerous for even children to go onto that property. And I think that's about all that I had, is that we're in a real higher fire area, and also the chemicals going into the creeks and the streams, which is our drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. No further public comment, then I'm going to bring it back to our joint meeting. First off, I'd like to ask Kira or Jerry if they have anything else they would like to add from the perspective of the working group, because then this will come back to the Board of Supervisors.
Yeah, I'd just like to echo Jerry's closing statement from our last round before public comment that, as you know, we have respectfully been asking, maybe even banging on the drum a little, to move forward with investigating commercial activity for cannabis operations in this county, what it could do, pros and cons, what it's going to cost, who's going to be involved. I'm happy to see Cal Fire in here. I will tell you, I was on a property in Calaveras a few years ago, and we cut down trees, didn't know that we couldn't cut down trees. So there's a big education gap. And as executive director of TCA, I'd like to extend a handshake in comradeship and offer to partner on helping with bridging that education gap with our members. That being said, I'm looking forward to getting eyeball deep into all of the details that our marijuana working group is being assigned, hopefully.
Hopefully. Jerry, okay. All right. Then I'd like to bring the conversation back to the Board of Supervisors. And Supervisor Rotifer, I'll start on your end.
Yeah. I've been critical in the past of bodies that choose to not study things and just ignore it. I think this is one of those situations, and I'm not pro or con commercial cannabinoid stuff in the county. I'm open-minded, quite frankly. Not very empty-minded. I've spent a lot of time studying this. I've said it many times before, I've spent more time reading on marijuana and related issues than I have on everything else that I do as a county supervisor. I think that we can't not study this, and by this I mean commercial activity of the cannabis industry in Tuolumne County. We have to, and I think that again, I'm not advocating any rush to judgment. I think we need to do a measured and complete study of the subject. I really appreciate the presentation today. I think we've got the right outfit helping us go down this path. But I really want to make some real, what are for me some really important points. First of all, where do we study commercial cultivation, retail sales, all of those items that the gentleman laid out? We are going to face illegal activity. It's here already. It's been here for years. So we have to acknowledge that. Those that would say that bringing in legal activity is going to increase that or somehow cause that to come here, I'm not sure that's accurate. I'm not sure it's inaccurate, but it's here already. And if we don't study the legal possibilities, I think we're making a mistake. If one of the things that is going to be absolutely important is if we make a determination at some time in the future, and this needs to be part of the study of whether we do it or not, to allow legal commercial activity in this county, those are going to be our business people. And we have to, as part of our implementation, include measures to protect them from, that may be requiring them to do some things, but we need to have the infrastructure in place to protect that legal activity from illegal activity. And again, that cost will be borne by the people that are participating on the legal side of that. But we have to address those security issues in our implementation planning. The environment. Okay, we all live here in Tuolumne County because of our wonderful environment. And there are tragic, absolutely tragic examples of devastation of environments in virtually every jurisdiction that has gone down this path. And in fact, in jurisdictions that never went down this path just because of the illegal activity that's in there. We need to address how we're going to deal with those, and violations need to be able to be addressed immediately. Okay, we can't have the situation where the gentleman previously spoke about a 60 or a 90-day ability to correct and all of those things, and then they harvest and they move on. Okay, that's not what we want. So we need to protect our environment, and the people that are going to apply, if we choose to go down that path, need to be held accountable, and we need to attract the right people that are going to take care of our environment. Public safety, and that's not just associated with the safety and security of the commercial activity, but the public safety in the county as a whole. Okay, we have to recognize that because it is still illegal in places, that there will be illegal activity, just like there is now. It may increase. We need to be able to account for the public safety for everybody in the county. Health and Human Services, okay? I don't care what anybody says about cannabis, okay? It's, there are differences between it and alcohol, but one of them is that one of the similarities is it can be abused, it can be misused, okay? It can get into kids' hands. There's a lot of things, and all you have to do is look at some of the statistics in Colorado and Oregon and Washington to know that when we go down this road, if we do, and even if we don't, we're going to have Health and Human Services impacts in our county as a result of the legalization of marijuana in the state of California. Again, regardless of what we do, we need to be, our studying needs to understand what those are going to be and address those. The other thing that I worry about is the property, it's not property rights, but the property responsibility. And what I'm talking about is people that go in and lease property or rent property. And who is going to be responsible, who's going to be the responsible agent. And we need to have a very legal structure to hold somebody accountable. We can't have the renter and the rentee pointing fingers at each other, okay? So we need to address that issue as well. And there's probably a raft of other ones. But here's what I believe. I believe we will never have perfect knowledge. I believe we have a lot of knowledge right now, and I believe we need to start the process of studying whether we want to go down a commercial activity road in Tuolumne County or we don't. I don't want that process to be rushed. I don't want to rush to judgment, but that information, there's a ton of information out there that's available. We're never going to get 100% knowledge base, but I think we can get pretty close. And I'm just afraid that if we don't start down that path, one, we're just going to entertain divisiveness in our own county, for one. But two, we're going to be the recipients of some unintended consequences from other jurisdictions. So I really would like to see our board direct the ad hoc committee to start down the path of studying whether we want to, without prejudicing the ultimate outcome, to see whether we want to, as a county, entertain, and to what extent we want to entertain, to what spectrum we want to entertain commercial cannabis activity in our county. Thank you.
Supervisor Royce.
So essentially what I want to do is direct the committee to pursue drafting a commercial ordinance along with the public safety, health and safety side of it. I believe right now, without an ordinance and whether it's legal or not, you have commercial cannabis activity going on. And essentially, fundamentally, philosophically, a black market is much more dangerous, in my opinion, than something that's regulated. Right now, it's unregulated. But I do not want to be Calaveras County. And the concerns that you heard from some of the people here are not unfounded. There is a definite risk and a definite downside to doing this the wrong way. And there's also a liability and an expense on the county's part in going through this process and getting to a point where we have something that's sustainable and viable and legitimate for a long-term solution. There's definitely different sides of the spectrum on where this thing can go. And it needs to be balanced and reasonable and somewhere in the middle. And that's why I think it's good that we have this open forum to talk about this, and that's why it's good that we have a committee with balanced representation put together to be able to consider the detailed, nuanced aspects to this thing, because truly the devil is in the detail. It is very important that we study it. It's very important that we consider the wide range of variables here and we come up with something that's responsible. And I don't think Tuolumne County wants to be the poster child for marijuana. I don't think we want that to become our heart and soul. But there are lots of people here that partake in that, and I think that they have the liberty to do that. But I also think that their neighbors have the liberty and the freedom to be protected from that and not exposed to unreasonable negative effects. And there's land use aspects. Carl got into a lot of details. There are societal aspects, whether it be, I met with Juliana Ferriani a few weeks ago, and we talked about, she's been involved with county school board forever, and there's a lot of kids who grow up in family situations where drugs are a horrible negative impact on their lives, and I don't want this to add to that. I want this to be a way to where we can create revenues in the long term, and we can regulate it to where more responsible, more legitimate people are the ones who are occupying the market share. And I think that if it's done right, you can drive out more of the negative cartel type models who are incentivized right now. Right now, when it's completely illegal, the people who take that risk are rewarded. And I think you can change that dynamic by going through this evolution in this process. John brought up a good point. It's going to be expensive and it's going to take time. We're going to have to pay people like our consultant here who understand a lot of the different latest and greatest things that are going on. We're going to have to invest in our staff time, and every single department's going to be impacted by this. There's no doubt about it. But I think whether we do this or not, that's still going to be the case to a different degree. And I think it's something that you have to address, you have to deal with it, and look for that long-term place where we want to be, where it becomes less of liability. And I believe truly we do need to pursue some kind of a tax measure to be linked to this. I think that it needs to be as self-funded as possible as an issue. The fees, the taxes, they need to be reasonable so that they're not, as you stated, they don't drive it to where it's just basically an outright ban. But you want to you want it to pay for itself, and I think through the shortcomings of other agencies, jurisdictions, states, whatever it may be, we can learn from their mistakes. I think we can learn from other models, and I think we can come up with something here that the community can live with and the people that are involved with it can live with. And the venue and the process for that is the committee that's put in place that has this balanced representation. And through that process, I think the nitty-gritty can be handled. And through that process, we can report back to this full board, who I know has the best interests of Tuolumne County in its heart. And I think we can come up with something that will be right and fair and reasonable.
I think Carl and Evan did hit a lot of points that I agree with. I want to point out to the public that we're doing something here that we don't really want to do, in a sense, but we're, in a sense, forced to it because of the laws have changed. Marijuana is going to be legal. And, well, it is legal. Okay. I haven't been able to buy any on the street yet, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
There's probably some people here that could tell you how to do that.
So regardless, we're in a position we're going to have to come up with a solution to the problem. And I get back to my point of can we afford to do this? That's what we're going to have to task the consultants, our staff, and the task force to come up with those answers and those solutions. But I would like them to do it without the foregone conclusion that we are going to be doing commercial marijuana. We gotta go in this with an open mind and really come out with something that is concise and important, with the important details that Carl and Evan talked about. So, again, I think we got the right people in place. I am obviously open-minded about this. I certainly have a strong position of where it should be grown, and I would offer this to the task force. I don't want to see marijuana in residential areas. Any type of commercial grow, I'm going to tell you right off the cuff, I'm not going to be in favor of that. So you can figure out where you can work around that. I'll pass it on to Randy now.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I appreciate the comments of my colleagues, and I can't say I disagree with any of them. Adam, appreciate you getting up here, because you reminded me of a couple of things from the environment. We have to be environmentally sensitive if we're going to go forward with this. First things I saw on water usage, I saw enormous amounts of water being used to do this. And to those that want to do this, you've got to find better ways to do it. Grown in Deschutes County told us they have it down scientifically to half a gallon per plant every other day. I don't know whether that's a good number or a bad number. I have no idea. But I am concerned about water usage. I'm also worried about water contamination. I sat through a presentation. This has all had to do with the illegal grows in the forest, but nevertheless, it was inappropriate use of chemicals, particularly rodenticides, that had secondary and tertiary kills on environmentally sensitive species like the fisher. So those kinds of things concern me. Thing I didn't mention that I should have mentioned, I think most everybody knows, my daughter runs a string of certified drug-sniffing dogs. They do schools, and she feeds me a lot of data. She's a little biased, and so she perhaps biases me, but the problem is access of this drug to children. In the brain formation years, it causes irreversible damage. That's a well-known fact. So I'm really concerned that we protect our kids in this program, whatever we do. the kids are more important than anything else we talk about. They are the future. To those who are interested in doing this, you got to help us. You get a lot of bad press because, well, first of all, let me make the observation that this heretofore has been an illegal underground activity. It's now legal to use marijuana. We're not arguing that. This is, I can liken it to the wine industry during Prohibition. They were illegal and underground too, and now they're a major industry. So I'm not making a judgment about that. But in taking it from underground to a viable commodity, we got to do some, I'm going to ask you to do some policing of your own activities. We need to be good citizens. We know there's illegal grows going on right now, and they scare some of the neighbors. I get complaints about them. You gotta rein in your horses, if you will, and help us get through this if we're going to go there. I heard Supervisor Royce make a comment about it's got to pay for itself. That's a requirement I have. I do not want to subsidize it. I do not want to subsidize it. If we go that way, I do not want to subsidize it. Okay. I think if we are going to consider this, there are places that are ahead of us. So I don't think we need, I want that risk assessment I talked about earlier, but I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to start from ground zero. There are other people who have done something, and they've worked through some of these issues. And if you're going to start someplace, maybe you start with something that is at least on the surface working someplace else, and they've ferreted through some of the issues and solved some of the problems and simplified the problems. So I suggest that the committee look at that. If you reinvent the wheel from ground zero, you're bound to make the same errors that somebody else made. You're squeezing through the same knothole they tried to squeeze through, but you're doing it independently, and maybe it's a different knothole. So look at that. I am skeptical about lots of things here. Doesn't mean I'm saying no. I'm not. I really believe that adults that want to use this, 52% said they wanted commercialization. They didn't say they wanted commercialization. They said they wanted adult use. But responsible is the important piece of that equation. I don't know how to make that work. I will never sign up for, at least what I know at this point, I shouldn't say never, but I don't have any inclination to sign up for open public use of the commodity. And I'm very concerned about things like use on the job. That doesn't work for me. And so we have to be careful how we do this. Make haste slowly, but we need to look at what makes sense. And I'm not sure where that is. But I'm open to more education. There's certainly got to be a lot of it for me. So thank you.
So I agree with the majority of what my colleagues have said. I would have a few points of difference that can come before the working group. But one that I think is important, I don't think that our working group adequately represents everyone out there now, because this conversation is changing. The working group priority or work in the past had been just to look at the recreational component and merge that with our MCRSA. And if we're looking now at changing that work to include commercial, what commercial activity might look like, I think we need to expand beyond county staff. We have, I think, virtually every county will be impacted, and so I would like to see them identify a point person. So as the subject matter comes forward, by way of the agenda, if they need to participate in that conversation, they'll be there. Additionally, I think the county schools need to be, when we start looking at an email list, we need representation from other groups, so their perspective is they know what's happening and they're in the audience. I'd say county schools, First Five, the Farm Bureau, probably our Realtors Association. Again, we can just make a notification so that they're on the email list when we do our meeting notices. But, and again, if there are other groups that would like to be notified, I think we can include them on that email chain. But we need to expand the perspective that is giving us information in the audience. I would think at a minimum, those groups that I suggested we would want on our email list going forward if we're going to be having conversations about all of the different aspects of what a commercial activity might look like. I want to be certain that we are giving Mr. Gonzalez the direction that he is looking for by our board, provide direction to staff in the marijuana working group regarding our work plan in relation to commercial marijuana activities. And so I've heard a couple of different things, and I'm not certain that we are prepared to do an ordinance at this juncture. Supervisor Rotifer?
Yeah, were you going to say something, David, before I go?
I'll wait for the board.
Well, I was going to make a motion, so if you want to...
Then I would like to speak.
Then go ahead.
Thank you.
So I'm trying to be a good listener and listen to all the sides of this and gather from the board and the working group ideas and input. So I'm going to make some observations here, and I'd like you to consider them before we do this. And I'm watching the clock very closely, but these are important. It is more than just CRA. The agencies and groups and departments is far more than myself and Carlin and Sarah and the group sitting here before you. We have the sheriff that has involvement. We have the fire department. The administration here, Craig's group, is in on these discussions. The ag commissioners, the code enforcement, my planning department, the county council, the board,
Revenue.
Environmental health. All those agencies at some point need to have a hand in this and discussion before it is not simply a land use. We heard that. So that's very, very important, that somehow this will need to be weaved in, and I don't know how I'm going to do that yet. Understand, I guess I'm going to be the guy, and that's fine. I'm just going to ask you to consider, I'm going to need to do some discussions with the other department heads to find out what their need and requests are. And at the very minimum, they need to come and participate in these meetings. So it's just as a statement at this point. The group as a whole and the notifications for realtors and the public participation, like to have the opinion when we're done here about what you want that public outreach to look like. It can be that big or it can be that big. I agree that the more input you have, the better off you'll be. However, at some point in time, Supervisor Rutherford, I believe, is one that said that sometimes you have 90%, you got to go. At some point in time, I'll need a timeline from this board when you want something done. And that will base what I'm going to bring you back for, ask for resources in other departments to discuss that. So timelines, resources, how you want me to do the outreach, what type of public involvement. Those are all constraints and opportunities, but I would need some kind of indication. They don't have to have them all today, but those are very important. And I'm going to make one ask of this group that's here and everybody here. I want everybody to be responsible, respectful, and treat each other with mutual respect. We are going to disagree. I will not be in charge of things that just get out of hand. And just, that is something that I'm telling everybody right up front. I don't mind doing this, but there are rules. Anyway.
So let me clarify, when I spoke about those groups, I think the makeup of our working group is just right. But I don't think that we've had the full public participation through the public comment process that we would need for this conversation going forward. And so, again, I think that needs to be broad in scope, and I think there will be a number of different interested groups, and we should be developing an email list so that when we send something out, it's just that's easy to do. But if there is a point in the conversation that impacts one of the some of the different groups aside from the agencies that are directly employed by the county, that they are aware and they are participating in the public comment process.
So, Madam Chair, with that, I would make a motion that we task the working group to investigate the issue of commercial, the full range of commercial activity within Tuolumne County that might be recommended or not, whatever. The pros and the cons and all of that. Embedded in that is that I would ask the working group to put together a suggested work plan and report back to the board. I'll say as soon as possible, but that doesn't mean tomorrow, obviously. We have time constraints and everything, so that we can at least do a gut check on it. And then I leave the composition to the working group to include the people that they think, from the public, that they think they need to include at the appropriate times, obviously, and that would probably be agenda specific to the meeting. But at the same time, encourage the full participation of the public as they wish to participate. And I'd like to, in that work plan, I'd like to see some time phasing that's associated with, when we might see reports back. So that's my motion. It's kind of wordy, but basically come back with a work plan that's got... Really? Okay. Alicia got it, so the rest of you, sorry, it's too bad. But
do we need a motion? Isn't that charter already?
That's my motion, but I do believe we need to get on with studying it, and we need to figure out at some point what we want to do. So,
is that not the charter of the committee?
No, it was not.
Not.
The charter of the committee was immediate. Charter of the committee was to merge.
And if you could shorten that motion, I'd second it.
Okay.
You need a plan out of them to go forth, right?
Task the working group to come back with a work plan to, without prejudice, investigate the full spectrum of commercial activity in Tuolumne County.
I'll second.
Okay. A motion by Supervisor Rotifer, a second by Supervisor Hanfeld. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And with that, our meeting
Madam
is
Chair,
adjourned.
One more
Oh,
item.
I'm sorry.
I just want to remind the group that I will be bringing back with our group from CRA and the Marijuana Working Group's suggestion to the board about the original work plan of harmonizing medical and personal use. And we'll do that as soon as possible here.
And for the public's benefit, when does the work group meet?
Gotcha.
I'm tired.
Second Monday at 8 a.m.
So it is September.
My birthday, the 11th.
Something like that? Okay.
All right.
I get a
Thank you.
Oh, 9/11.
We stand adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for your very thoughtful participation.